Chapter 16 of Dove in the Eagle's Nest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or if you wish to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dove in the Eagle's Nest by Charlotte Mary Yonge. The Eagle and the Snake. The reconciliation made Ebbo retract his hasty resolution of relinquishing all the benefits resulting from his connection with the Sorel family, and his mother's fortune made it possible to carry out many changes that rendered the castle and its inmates far more prosperous in appearance than had ever been the case before. Christina had once again the appliances of a Wirtschaft, such as she felt to be the suitable and becoming appurtenance of a right-minded Frau, gentle or simple, and she felt so much the happier and more respectable. A chaplain had also been secured. The youths had insisted on his being capable of assisting their studies, and a good man had been found who was fearfully learned, having studied at all possible universities, but then failing as a teacher, because he was so dreamy and absent as to be incapable of keeping the unruly students in order. Jobst Schön was his proper name, but he was translated into Jodocus Pulcher. The chapel was duly adorned. The hall and other chambers were fitted up with some degree of comfort. The castle court was cleansed, the cattle sheds removed to the rear, and the serfs were presented with seed, and offered payment in coin if they would give their labor in fencing and clearing the cornfield and vineyard, which the barons were bent on forming on the sunny slope of the ravine. Poverty was over, thanks to the marriage portion, and yet Ebbo looked less happy than in the days when there was but a bare subsistence, and he seemed to miss the full tide of city life more than did his brother, who, though he had enjoyed Ulm more heartily at the time, seemed to have returned to all his mountain delights with greater zest than ever. At his favourite tarn he revelled in the vast stillness with the greater awe for having heard the hum of men, and his minstrel dreams had derived fresh vigour from contact with the active world. But, as usual, he was his brother's chief stay in the vexations of a reformer. The serfs had much rather their lord had turned out a freebooter than an improver. Why should they sow new seeds, when the old had sufficed their fathers? Work, beyond the regulated days when they scratched up the soil of his old enclosure, was abhorrent to them. As to his offered coin, they needed nothing it would buy, and had rather bask in the sun or sleep in the smoke. A vineyard had never been heard of on Adlerstein Mountain. It was clean, contrary to his forefathers' habits, and all came of the bad drop of restless burgher blood that could not let honest folk rest. Ebbo stormed, not merely with words, but blows, became ashamed of his violence, tried to atone for it by gifts and kind words, and in return was sulkily told that he would bring more good to the village by rolling the fiery wheel straight downhill at the wake than by all his new-fangled ways. Had not Koppel and a few younger men been more open to influence, his agriculture schemes would hardly have begun. But Friedel's persuasions were not absolutely without success, and every rood that was dug was achieved by his patience and perseverance. Next came home the Graf von Schlagenwald. He had of late inhabited his castle in Styria, but in a fierce quarrel with some of his neighbours he had lost his eldest son, and the pacification enforced by the king of the Romans had so galled and infuriated him that he had deserted that part of the country and returned to Swabia more fierce and bitter than ever. Thenceforth began a petty border warfare such as had existed when Christina first knew Adlerstein, but had of late died out. The shepherd lad came home weeping with wrath. 3 mounted Schlagenwaldern had driven off his 4 best sheep, and beaten him with their halberds, though he was safe on Adlerstein ground. Then a light thrown by a Schlagenwald rider consumed all Jobst's pile of wood. The swine did not come home, and were found with spears sticking in them. The great broad-horned bull that Ebbo had brought from the pastures of Ulm vanished from the Alp below the Gemsbox Pass, and was known to be salted for winter use at Schlagenwald. Still, Christina tried to persuade her sons that this might be only the retainer's violence, and induced Ebbo to write a letter, complaining of the outrages, but not blaming the Count, only begging that his followers might be better restrained. The letter was conveyed by a lay brother, no other messenger being safe. Ebbo had protested from the first that it would be of no use, but he waited anxiously for the answer. Thus it stood when conveyed to him by a tenant of the Ruprecht cloister. "Wot you, Eberhard Freiherr von Adlerstein, that your house have injured me by thought, word, and deed. Your great-grandfather usurped my lands at the ford. Your grandfather stole my cattle and burnt my mills. Then, in the war, he slew my brother Johann and lamed for life my cousin Matthias. Your father slew 8 of my retainers and spoiled my crops. You yourself claim my land at the ford, and secure the spoil which is justly mine. Therefore do I declare war and feud against you. Therefore to you and all yours, to your helpers and helpers' helpers, am I a foe. And thereby shall I have maintained my honour against you and yours. Wolfgang, Graf von Schlagenwald, Hierom, Graf von Schlagenwald, his cousin, etc., etc., etc." And a long list of names, all connected with Schlagenwald, followed, and a large seal, bearing the snake of Schlagenwald, was appended thereto. "The old miscreant!" burst out Ebbo. "It is a feud brief." "A feud brief!" exclaimed Friedel. "They are no longer according to the law." "Law! What cares he for law or mercy either? Is this the way men act by the League? Did we not swear to send no more feud letters, nor have recourse to fist right? We must appeal to the Markgraf of Württemberg," said Friedel. It was the only measure in their power, though Ebbo winced at it, but his oaths were recent, and his conscience would not allow him to transgress them by doing himself justice. Besides, neither party could take the castle of the other, and the only reprisals in his power would have been on the defenceless peasants of Schlagenwald. He must therefore lay the whole matter before the Markgraf, who was the head of the Swabian League, and bound to redress his wrongs. He made his arrangements without faltering, selecting the escort who were to accompany him and insisting on leaving Friedel to guard his mother in the castle. He would not for the world have admitted the suggestion that the counsel and introduction of Adlerstein Wildschloss would have been exceedingly useful to him. Poor Christina! It was a great deal too like that former departure, and her heart was heavy within her. Friedel was equally unhappy at letting his brother go without him, but it was quite necessary that he and the few armed men who remained should show themselves at all points open to the enemy in the course of the day, lest the Freiherr's absence should be remarked. He did his best to cheer his mother, by reminding her that Ebbo was not likely to be taken at unawares, as their father had been, and he shared the prayers and chapel services, in which she poured out her anxiety. The blue banner came safe up the pass again, but Württemberg had been formally civil to the young Freiherr, but he had laughed at the thin letter as a mere old-fashioned habit of a Schlagenwald's that it was better not to notice, and he evidently regarded the stealing of a bull or the misusing of a serf as far too petty a matter for his attention. It was as if a judge had been called by a crying child to settle a nursery quarrel. He told Ebbo that, being a free baron of the empire, he must keep his bounds respected. He was free to take and hang any spoiler he could catch, but his bulls were his own affair. The League was not for such gear, and a knight who had ridden out of Stuttgart with Ebbo had told him that it was no wonder that this had been his reception, for not only was Schlagenwald an old intimate of the Markgraf, but Swabia was claimed as a fief of Württemberg, so that Ebbo's direct homage to the Emperor, without the interposition of the Markgraf, had made him no object of favour. "What could be done?" asked Ebbo. "Fire some Schlagenwald hamlet, and teach them to respect yours," said the knight. "The poor serfs are guiltless." "Ha, ha! As if they would not rob any of yours. Give and take, that's the way the empire wags, Sir Baron. Send them a feud letter in return, with a goodly file of names at its foot, and teach them to respect you." "But I have sworn to abstain from fist right." "Much you gain by so abstaining. If the League will not take trouble to right you, right yourself. I shall appeal to the Emperor, and tell him how his League is administered. Young sir, if the Emperor were to guard every cow in his domains he would have enough to do. You will never prosper with him without some one to back your cause better than that free tongue of yours. Hast no sister that thou couldst give in marriage to a stout baron that could aid you with strong arm and prudent head?" I have only one twin brother. Ah! The twins of Adlerstein. I remember me. Was not the other Adlerstein seeking an alliance with your lady mother? Sure no better aid could be found. He is hand in glove with young King Max." "That may never be," said Ebbo haughtily, and sure that he should receive the same advice, he decided against turning aside to consult his uncle at Ulm, and returned home in a mood that rejoiced Heinz and Hatto with hopes of the old days, while it filled his mother with dreary dismay and apprehension. "Schlagenwald should suffer next time he transgressed," said Ebbo. "It should not again be said that he himself was a coward who appealed to the law because his hand could not keep his head." The next time was when the first winter cold was setting in. A party of Rierton came to harry an outlying field, where Ulrich had raised a scanty crop of rye. Tidings reached the castle in such good time that the two brothers with Heinz, and 2 Ulm grooms, Koppel, and a troop of serfs, fell on the marauders before they had effected much damage, and while some remained to trample out the fire, the rest pursued the enemy even to the village of Schlagenwald. "Burn it, Herr Freiherr!" cried Heinz, hot with victory. "Let them learn how to make havoc of our corn." But a host of half-naked beings rushed out shrieking about sick children, bedridden grandmothers, and crippled fathers, and falling on their knees, with their hands stretched out to the young barons. Ebbo turned away his head, with hot tears in his eyes. "Friedel, what can we do?" "Not barbarous murder," said Friedel. "But they brand us for cowards. The cowardice we're in striking here," and Friedel sprang to withhold Koppel, who had lighted a bundle of dried fern ready to thrust into the thatch. "Peasants," said Ebbo, with the same impulse, "I spare you. You did not this wrong, but bear word to your lord, that if he will meet me with lance and sword, he will learn the valour of Adlerstein." The serfs flung themselves before him in transports of gratitude, but he turned hastily away and strode up the mountain, his cheek glowing as he remembered, too late, that his defiance would be scoffed at, as a boy's vaunt. By and by he arrived at the hamlet, where he found a prisoner, a scowling, abject fellow, already well beaten and now held by 2 serfs. "The halter is ready, Herr Freiherr," said old Ulrich, "and yon rolling stump is still as stout as when your Herr grandsire hung 3 lanzknechts on it in one day. We only waited your bidding." "Quick, then, and let me hear no more," said Ebbo, about to descend the pass, as if hastening from the execution of a wolf taken in a gin. "Has he seen the priest?" asked Friedel. The peasants looked as if this were one of Sir Friedel's unaccountable fancies. Ebbo paused, frowned, and muttered, but seeing a move as if to drag the wretch towards the stunted bush overhanging an abyss, he shouted, "Hold, Ulrich! Little Hans, do thou run down to the castle, and bring Father Jodocus to do his office." The serfs were much disgusted. It never was so seen before. "Herr Freiherr," remonstrated Hans, "fang and hang was ever the word." "What shrift had my lord's father or mine?" added Koppel. "Look you," said Ebbo, turning sharply, "if Schlagenwald be a godless ruffian, pitiless alike to soul and body, is that a cause that I should stain myself too?" "It were true vengeance," growled Koppel. "And now," grumbled Ulrich, "will my lady hear, and there will be feeble pleadings for the vermin's life." Like butterings ensued, the purport of which was caught by Friedel, and made him say to Ebbo, who would again have escaped the disagreeableness of the scene, "We had better tarry at hand. Unless we hold the folk in some check, there will be no right execution. They will torture him to death ere the priest comes." Ebbo yielded, and began to pace the scanty area of the flat rock where the need fire was wont to blaze. After a time he exclaimed, "Friedel, how couldst ask me? Knowest not that it sickens me to see a mountain cat killed, save in full chase? And thou, why thou art white as the snow crags. Better conquer the folly than that he there should be put to needless pain," said Friedel, but with labouring breath that showed how terrible was the prospect to his imaginative soul not inured to death scenes like those of his fellows. Just then a mocking laugh broke forth. "Ha!" cried Ebbo, looking keenly down. "What do ye there? Fang and hang may be fair, fang and torment is base. "What was it, Lieschen?" "Only Herr Freiherr. The caitiff craved drink, and the Fleischerin gave him a cup from the stream behind the slaughter-house, where we killed the swine. Fit for the like of him! By heavens, when I forbade torture," cried Ebbo, leaping from the rock in time to see the disgusting draught held to the lips of the captive, whose hands were twisted back and bound with cruel tightness; for the German boor, once roused from his lazy good nature, was doubly savage from stolidity. "Wretches!" cried Ebbo, striking right and left with the back of his sword among the serfs, and then cutting the thong that was eating into the prisoner's flesh, while Friedel caught up a wooden bowl, filled it with pure water, and offered it to the captive, who drank deeply. "Now," said Ebbo, "hast aught to say for thyself?" A low curse against things in general was the only answer. "What brought thee here?" continued Ebbo, in hopes of extracting some excuse for pardon. But the prisoner only hung his head as one stupefied, brutally indifferent and hardened against the mere trouble of answering. Not another word could be extracted, and Ebbo's position was very uncomfortable, keeping guard over his condemned felon, with the sulky peasants herding round, in fear of being baulked of their prey, and the reluctance growing on him every moment to take life in cold blood. Right of life and death was a heavy burden to a youth under 17, unless he had been thoughtless and reckless, and from this Ebbo had been prevented by his peculiar life. The lion cub had never tasted blood. The situation was prolonged beyond expectation. Many a time had the brothers paced their platform of rock. The criminal had fallen into a dose, and women and boys were murmuring that they must call home their kine and goats, and it was a shame to debar them of the sight of the hanging, long before Hans came back between crying and stammering, to say that Father Jodocus had fallen into so deep a study over his book that he only muttered, "Coming," then went into another musing fit, whence no one could rouse him to do more than say, "Coming. Let him wait." "I must go and bring him, if the thing is to be done," said Friedel. "And let it last all night," was the answer. "No, if the man were to die, it should be at once, not by inches. Hark thee, rogue," stirring him with his foot. "Well, sir," said the man, "is the hanging ready yet? You've been long enough about it for us to have twisted the necks of every Adlerstein of you all." "Look thee, caitiff," said Ebbo, "thou meritest the rope as well as any wolf on the mountain. But we have kept thee so long in suspense, that if thou canst say a word for thy life, or pledge thyself to meddle no more with my lands, I'll consider of thy doom." "You have had plenty of time to consider it," growled the fellow. A murmur, followed by a wrathful shout, rose among the villagers. "Letting off the villain! No, no! Out upon him! He dares not!" "Dare!" thundered Ebbo, with flashing eyes. "Rascals as ye are, think ye to hinder me from daring, your will to be mine? There, fellow, away with thee! Up to the Gemsbock's Pass! And whoso would follow him, let him do so at his peril." The prisoner was prompt to gather himself up and rush like a hunted animal to the path, at the entrance of which stood both twins, with drawn swords, to defend the escape. Of course no one ventured to follow, and surly discontented murmurs were the sole result as the peasants dispersed. Ebbo, sheathing his sword, and putting his arm into his brother's, said, "What, Friedel, turned stony-hearted? Hast never a word for the poor caitiff?" "I knew thou wouldst never do the deed," said Friedel, smiling. "It was such wretched prey," said Ebbo. "Yet shall I be despised for this? Would that thou hadst let me string him up shiftless, as any other man had done, and there would have been an end of it." And even his mother's satisfaction did not greatly comfort Ebbo, for he was of the age to feel more ashamed of a solecism than a crime. Christina perceived that this was one of the most critical periods of life, baited as he was by the enemy of his race, and feeling all the disadvantages which heart and conscience gave him in dealing with a man who had neither, at a time when public opinion was always with the most masterful. The necessity of arming his retainers and having fighting men as a guard were additional temptations to hereditary habits of violence, and that so proud and fiery a nature as his should never become involved in them was almost beyond hope. Even present danger seemed more around than ever before. The estate was almost in a state of siege, and Christina never saw her sons quit the castle without thinking of their father's fate, and passing into the chapel to entreat for their return unscathed in body or soul. The snow, which she had so often hailed as a friend, was never more welcome than this winter, not merely as shutting the enemy out and her sons in, but as cutting off all danger of a visit from her suitor, who would now come armed with his late sufferings in her behalf, and moreover with all the urgent need of a wise and respected head and protector for her sons. Yet the more evident the expediency became, the greater grew her distaste. Still the lonely life weighed heavily on Ebbo. Light-hearted Friedel was ever busy and happy, where he chastened the grim winter game, the bear and wolf, with his brother, fencing in the hall, learning Greek with the chaplain, reading or singing to his mother, or carving graceful angel forms to adorn the chapel. Or he could at all times soar into a minstrel dream of pure chivalrous semi-allegorical romance, sometimes told over the glowing embers to his mother and brother. All that came to Friedel was joy, from battling with the bear on a frozen rock, to persuading rude little Hans to come to the Frau Freiherrin to learn his paternoster. But the elder twin might hunt, might fence, might smile or kindle at his brother's lay, but ever with a restless gloom on him, a doubt of the future, which made him impatient of the present, and led to a sharpness and hastiness of manner that broke forth in anger at slight offences. The matron's coif succeeding the widow's veil. Friedel heard him muttering even in sleep, and more than once listened to it as Ebbo leant over the battlements, as he looked over the white world to the grey mist above the city of Ulm. "Thou, who mockest my forebodings and fancies, to dwell on that gipsy augury," argued Friedel. "As thou saidst at the time, Wildschloss looks gave shrewd cause for it." "The answer is in mine own heart," answered Ebbo. "Since our stay at Ulm, I have ever felt as though the sweet motherling were less my own, and the same with my house and lands. Rule as I will, a mocking laugh comes back to me saying, 'Thou art but a boy, Sir Baron, thou dost play at lords and knights.' If I had hung yon rogue of a Ritter, I wonder if I had felt my grasp more real." "Nay," said Friedel, glancing from the sparkling white slopes to the pure blue above, "our whole life is but a play at lords and knights, with the blessed saints as witnesses of our sport in the tilt-yard." "Were it merely that," said Ebbo, impatiently, "I were not so galled. Something hangs over us, Friedel. I long that these snows would melt, that I might at least know what it is." End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Dove in the Eagle's Nest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dove in the Eagle's Nest by Charlotte Mary Yonge. Bridging the Ford. The snow melted, the torrent became a flood, then contracted itself, but was still a broad stream, when one spring afternoon Ebbo showed his brother some wains making for the ford, adding, "It cannot be rightly passable. They will come to loss. I shall get the men together to aid them." He blew a blast on his horn and added, "The knaves will be alert enough if they hope to meddle with honest men's luggage. See," and Friedel pointed to the thicket to the westward of the meadow around the stream, where the beech trees were budding, but not yet forming a full mass of verdure. "Is not the snake in the wood? Methinks I spy the glitter of his scales. By heavens, the villains are lying in wait for the travellers at our landing place," cried Ebbo, and again raising the bugle to his lips, he sent forth 3 notes well known as a call to arms. Their echoes came back from the rocks, followed instantly by lusty jodels, and the brothers rushed into the hall to take down their light head pieces and corslets, answering in haste their mother's startled questions, by telling of the endangered travellers in the Schlangenwald ambush. She looked white and trembled, but said no word to hinder them, only as she clasped Friedel's corslet, she entreated them to take fuller armour. "We must speed the short way down the rock," said Ebbo, "and cannot be cumbered with heavy harness. Sweet motherling, fear not, but let a meal be spread for our rescued captives. Ho, Hans, 'tis against the Schlangenwald rascals. Art too stiff to go down the rock path?" "No, nor down the abyss, could I strike a good stroke against Schlangenwald at the bottom of it," quoth Heinz. "Nor see vermin set free by the Freiherr," growled Koppel. But the words were lost in Ebbo's loud commands to the men, as Friedel and Hatto handed down the weapons to them. The convoy had by this time halted, evidently to try the ford. A horseman crossed, and found it practicable, for a wagon proceeded to make the attempt. "Now is our time," said Ebbo, who was standing on the narrow ledge between the castle and the precipitous path leading to the meadow. "One wagon may get over, but the second or third will stick in the ruts that it leaves. Now we will drop from our crag, and if the snake falls on them, why, then for a pounce of the eagle." The two young knights, so goodly in their bright steel, knelt for their mother's blessing, and then sprang like chamois down the ivy-twined steep, followed by their men, and were lost to sight among the bushes and rocks. Yet even while her frame quivered with fear, her heart swelled at the thought what a gulf there was between these days and those when she had hidden her face in despair, while Ermentrude watched the debatable ford. She watched now in suspense, indeed, but with exultation instead of shame, as two wagons safely crossed, but the third stuck fast, and presently turned over in the stream, impelled sideways by the efforts of the struggling horses. Then, amid endeavours to disentangle the animals and succour the driver, the travellers were attacked by a party of armed men, who dashed out of the beech-wood, and fell on the main body of the waggons, which were waiting on the bit of bare, shingly soil that lay between the new and old channels. A wild melee was all that Christina could see, weapons raised, horses starting, men rushing from the river, while the clang and the shout rose even to the castle. "Hark! Out rings the clear call, the eagle to the rescue!" There they speed over the meadow, the two slender forms with glancing helms. "Oh, Oberon, not the followers! Rush not into needless danger! There is Koppel almost up with them with his big axe, Heinz's broad shoulders near. Heaven strike with them! Visit not their forefathers' sin on those pure spirits. Some are flying, someone has fallen. Oh, heavens! On which side? Ah! It is into the Schlangenwald woods that the fugitives direct their flight. 3, 4, the whole troop pursued. Go not too far. Run not into needless risk. Your work is done, and gallantly. Well done, young knights of Adlerstein. Which of you is it that stands pointing out safe standing ground for the men that are raising the wagon? Which of you is it who stands and converse with a burgher form? Thanks and blessings. The lads are safe, and full knightly hath been their first emprise." A quarter of an hour later a gay step mounted the ascent, and Friedel's bright face laughed from his helmet. "There, mother, will you crown your knights? Could you see Ebbo bear down the chief squire? For the old snake was not there himself. And whom do you think we rescued, besides a whole band of Venetian traitors to whom he had joined himself? Why, my uncle's friend, the architect, of whom he used to speak, Master Moritz Schleiermacher." "Moritz Schleiermacher? I knew him as a boy. He had been laying out a Lustgarten for the Romish king at Innsbruck, and he is a stout man of his hands, and attempted defence, but he had such a shrewd blow before we came up, that he lay like one dead, and when he was lifted up he gazed at us like one moonstruck, and said, 'Are my eyes dazed, or are these the twins of Adlerstein, that are as like as face to mirror? Lads, lads, your uncle looked not to hear of you acting in this sort.' But soon we and his people let him know how it was, and that eagles do not have the manner of snakes." "Poor Master Moritz! Is he much hurt? Is Ebbo bringing him up hither?" "No, mother, he is but giddied and stunned. And now must you send down store of sausage, sauerkraut, meat, wine, and beer, for the wains cannot all cross till daylight, and we must keep ward all night lest the Schlangenwalden should fall on them again. Plenty of good cheer, mother, to make right merry watch." "Take heed, Friedel mine, a merry watch is scarce a safe one." "Even so, sweet motherling, and therefore must Ebbo and I share it. You must meet our liquor wisely, you see, enough for the credit of Adlerstein, and enough to keep out the marsh fog, yet not enough to make us snore too soundly. I am going to take my lute. It would be using it ill not to let it enjoy such a chance as a midnight watch." So away went the light-hearted boy, and by Christina saw the red watch-fire as she gazed from her turret window. She would have been pleased to see how, marshalled by a merchant who had crossed the desert from Egypt to Palestine, the waggons were ranged in a circle, and the watches told off, while the food and drink were carefully portioned out. Freiherr Ebbo, on his own ground, as champion and host, was far more at ease than in the city, and became very friendly with the merchants and architect as they sat around the bright fire conversing, or at times challenging the mountain echoes by songs to the sound of Friedel's lute. When the stars grew bright, most lay down to sleep in the wagons, while others watched, pacing up and down till Karl's wagon should be over the mountain, and the vigil was relieved. No disturbance took place, and at sunrise a hasty meal was partaken of, and the work of crossing the river was set in hand. "Pity," said Moritz, the architect, "that this ford were not spanned by a bridge, to the avoiding of danger and spoil." "Who could build such a bridge?" asked Ebbo. "Yourself, Herr Freiherr, in union with us burghers of Ulm. It were well worth your while to give land and stone, and ours to give labour and skill, provided we fixed a toll on the passage, which would be willingly paid to save peril and delay." The brothers caught at the idea, and the merchants agreed that such a bridge would be an inestimable boon to all traffickers between Constance, Ulm, and Augsburg, and would detract many travellers who were scared away by the evil fame of the Debatable Ford. Master Moritz looked at the stone of the mountain, pronounced it excellent material, and already sketched the span of the arches with a view to winter torrents. As to the site, the best was on the firm ground above the ford, but here only one side was Adlerstein, while on the other Ebbo claimed both banks, and it was probable that an equally sound foundation could be obtained, only with more cost and delay. After this survey the travellers took leave of the barons, promising to write when their fellow citizens should have been sounded as to the bridge, and Ebbo remained in high spirits, with such brilliant purposes that he had quite forgotten his gloomy forebodings. "Peace instead of war at home," he said. "With the revenue it will bring, I will build a mill, and set our lads to work, so that they may become less dull and doltish than their parents. Then will we follow the Emperor with a train that none need despise. No one will talk now of Adlerstein not being able to take care of himself." Letters came from Ulm saying that the guilds of mercers and wine merchants were delighted with the project, and invited the Baron of Adlerstein to a council at the Rathaus. Master Sorel begged the mother to come with her sons to be his guest, but fearing the neighbourhood of Sir Kasimir, she remained at home with Heinz for her seneschal, while her sons rode to the city. There Ebbo found that his late exploit and his future plan had made him a person of much greater consideration than on his last visit, and he demeaned himself with far more ease and affability in consequence. He had affairs on his hands too, and felt more than 1 year older. The two guilds agreed to build the bridge, and share the toll with the Baron in return for the ground and materials, but they preferred the plan that placed one pier on the Schlangenwald bank, and proposed to write to the Count and offer to include him in the scheme, awarding him a share of the profits in proportion to his contribution. However vexed at the turn affairs had taken, Ebbo could offer no valid objection, and was obliged to affix his signature to the letter in company with the guildmasters. It was dispatched by the city pursuivants, the only men who safe might ride, their errands on the border side, and a meeting was appointed in the Rathaus for the day of their expected return. The higher burghers sat on their carved chairs in the grand old hall, the lesser magnates on benches, and Ebbo, in an elbowed seat far too spacious for his slender proportions, met a glance from Friedel that told him his merry brother was thinking of the frog and the ox. The pursuivants entered, hardy, shrewd-looking men, with the city arms decking them wherever there was room for them. "Honour-worthy sirs," they said, "no letter did the Graf von Schlangenwald return." "Sent he no message?" demanded Moritz Schleiermacher. "Yea, worthy sir, but scarce befitting this reverend assembly. On being pressed, however, it was repeated. The Lord Count was pleased to swear at what he termed the insolence of the city in sending him heralds, as if, said he, the dogs, your worships, were his equals. Then having cursed your worships, he reviled the crooked writing of Herr Clerk Diedrichsen, and called his chaplain to read it to him. Herr Priest could scarce read 3 lines for his foul language about the ford. Never, said he, would he consent to raising a bridge. A mean trick, so said he, for defrauding him of his rights to what the flood sent him. But, asked Ebbo, took he no note of our explanation, that if he give not the upper bank, we will build lower, where both sides are my own? He passed it not entirely over, replied the messenger. What said he? The very words, demanded Ebbo, with the paling cheek and low voice that made his passion often seem like patience. He said, the Herr Freiherr will pardon me for repeating the words. He said, Tell the misproud mongrel of Adlerstein that he had best sit firm in his own saddle ere meddling with his betters, and if he touch one pebble of the Braunwasser, he will rue it. And before your city folk take up with him or his, they had best learn whether he had any right at all in the case." "His right is plain," said Master Gottfried. "Full proofs were given in, and his investiture by the Kaiser forms a title in itself. It is mere bravado, and an endeavour to make mischief between the Baron and the city." "Even so did I explain, Herr Guildmaster," said the pursuivant. "But pardon me, the Count laughed me to scorn, and quoth he, 'Ask the Kaiser for proof of his father's death.'" "Mere mischief making, as before," said Master Gottfried, while his nephew started with amaze. "His father's death was proved by an eye witness, whom you still have in your train, have you not, Herr Freiherr?" "Yea," replied Ebbo. "He is at Adlerstein now, Heinrich Bauermann, called the Schneiderlein, a Langschneck, who alone escaped the slaughter, and from whom we have often heard how my father died, choked in his own blood, from a deep breast wound, immediately after he sent home his last greetings to my lady mother." "Was the corpse restored?" asked the able Rathsherr Ulrich. "No," said Ebbo. "Almost all our retainers had perished, and when a friar was sent to the hostel to bring home the remains, it appeared that the treacherous foe had borne them off. Nay, my grandfather's head was sent to the Diet." The whole assembly agreed that the Count could only mean to make absence of direct evidence about a murder committed 18 years ago tell in sowing distrust between the allies. The suggestion was not worth a thought, and it was plain that no site would be available except the debatable Strand. To this, however, Ebbo's title was assailable, both on account of his minority, as well as his father's unproved death, and of the disputed claim to the ground. The Rathsherr, Master Gottfried, and others, therefore recommended deferring the work till the Baron should be of age, when, on again tendering his allegiance, he might obtain a distinct recognition of his marches. But this policy did not consort with the quick spirit of Moritz Schleiermacher, nor with the convenience of the mercers and wine merchants, who were constant sufferers by the want of a bridge, and afraid of waiting 4 years, in which a lad like the Baron might return to the nominal instincts of his class, or the Braunwasser might take back the land it had given, whilst Ebbo himself was urgent, with all the defiant fire of youth, to begin building at once in spite of all gainsayers. "Strife and blood will it cost," said Master Sorel, gravely. "What can be had worth the having save at cost of strife and blood?" said Ebbo, with a glance of fire. "Youth speaks of counting the cost. Little knows it what it saith," sighed Master Gottfried. "Nay," returned the Rathsherr, "were it otherwise, who would have the heart for enterprise?" So the young knights mounted, and had ridden about half the way in silence, when Ebbo exclaimed, "Friedel," and as his brother started, "what art musing on?" "What thou art thinking of," said Friedel, turning on him an eye that had not only something of the brightness, but of the penetration of a sunbeam. "I do not think thereon at all," said Ebbo, gloomily. "It is a figment of the old serpent to hinder us from snatching his prey from him." "Nevertheless," said Friedel, "I cannot but remember that the Genoese merchant of old told us of a German noble sold by his foes to the Moors." "Folly! That tale was too recent to concern my father." "I did not think it did," said Friedel, "but mayhap the noble's family rest equally certain of his death." "Pfft!" said Ebbo, hotly. "Hast not heard 50 times how he died even in speaking, and how Heinz crossed his hands on his breast? What wouldst have more?" "Hardly even that," said Friedel, slightly smiling. "Tush!" hastily returned his brother. "I meant only by way of proof. Would an honest old fellow like Hans be a deceiver?" "Not wittingly. Yet I would fain ride to that hostel and make inquiries." "The traitor host met his deserts, and was broken on the wheel for murdering a pedlar a year ago," said Ebbo. "I would I knew where my father was buried, for then I would bring his corpse honourably back. But as to his being a living man, I will not have it spoken of to trouble my mother." "To trouble her?" exclaimed Friedel. "To trouble her," repeated Ebbo. "Long since hath passed the pang of his loss, and there is reason in what old Sorel says, that he must have been a rugged, untaught savage, with little in common with the gentleman, and that tender memory hath decked him out as he never could have been. Nay, Friedel, it is but sense. What could a man have been under the grandame's breeding?" "It becomes not thee to say so," returned Friedel. "Nay, he could learn to love our mother. One sign of grace, but doubtless she loved him the better for their having been so little together. Her heart is at peace, believing him in his grave. But let her imagine him in Schlangenwald's dungeon, or some Moorish galley, if thou likest it better. And how will her mild spirit be rent?" "It might be so," said Friedel, thoughtfully. "It may be best to keep this secret from her till we have fuller certainty." "Agreed, then," said Ebbo, "unless the Wildschloss fellow should again molest us, when his answer is ready." "Is this just towards my mother?" said Friedel. "Just! What meanest thou? Is it not our office and our dearest right to shield our mother from care? And is not her chief wish to be rid of the Wildschloss too?" Nevertheless, Ebbo was moody all the way home, but when there he devoted himself in his most eager and winning way to his mother, telling her of Master Gottfried's woodcuts, and Hausfrau Johanna's rheumatism, and of all the news of the country, in especial that the Kaiser was at Linz very ill with a gangrene in his leg, said to have been caused by the habit of always kicking doors open, and that his doctors thought of amputation, a horrible idea in the 15th century. The young Baron was evidently bent on proving that no one could make his mother so happy as he could, and he was not far wrong there. Friedel, however, could not rest till he had followed Heinz to the stable, and speaking over the back of the old white mare, the only other survivor of the massacre, had asked him once more for the particulars, a tale he was never loth to tell. But when Friedel further demanded whether he was certain of having seen the death of his younger lord, he replied, as if hurt, "What think you I would have quitted him while life was yet in him? No, certainly, good Heinz, yet I would fain know by what tokens thou knewest his death." "Ah, Sir Friedel, when you have seen a stricken field or two, you will not ask how I know death from life. Is a swoon so utterly unlike death? I say not but that an inexperienced youth might be mistaken," said Heinz, "but for one who had learned the bloody trade, it were impossible. Why ask, sir?" "Because," said Friedel, low and mysteriously, "my brother would not have my mother know it, but Count Schlangenwald demanded whether we could prove my father's death." "Prove! He cannot choose but die with 3 such wounds, as the old ruffian knows. I shall bless the day, Sir Friedmund, when I see you or your brother give back those strokes. A heavy reckoning be his." "We all deemed that line only meant to cross our designs," said Friedel. "Yet, Heinz, I would I knew how to find out what passed when thou wast gone. Is there no servant at the inn, no retainer of Schlangenwald that aught could be learnt from?" "By St. Gertrude," roughly answered Schneiderlein, "if you cannot be satisfied with the oath of a man like me, who would have given his life to save your father, I know not what will please you." Friedel, with his wonted good nature, set himself to pacify the warrior with assurances of his trust. Yet while Ebbo plunged more eagerly into plans for the bridge building, Friedel drew more and more into his old world of musings, and many a summer afternoon was spent by him at Betarmagon's mere, in deep communings with himself, as one revolving a purpose. Christina could not but observe, with a strange sense of foreboding, that while one son was more than ever in the lonely mountain heights, the other was far more at the base. Master Moritz Schleiermacher was a constant guest at the castle, and Ebbo was much taken up with his companionship. He was a strong, shrewd man, still young, but with much experience, and he knew how to adapt himself to intercourse with the proud nobility, preserving an independent bearing, while avoiding all that haughtiness could take umbrage at, and thus he was acquiring a greater influence over Ebbo than was perceived by any save the watchful mother, who began to fear lest her son was acquiring an infusion of worldly wisdom and eagerness for gain that would indeed be a severance between him and his brother. If she had known the real difference that unconsciously kept her sons apart, her heart would have ached yet more. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Dove in the Eagle's Nest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dove in the Eagle's Nest by Charlotte Mary Yonge. Friedmund in the Clouds. The stone was quarried high on the mountain, and a direct road was made for bringing it down on the water side. The castle profited by the road in accessibility, but its impregnability was so far lessened. However, as Ebbo said, it was to be a friendly harbour, instead of a robber crag, and in case of need the communication could easily be destroyed. The blocks of stone were brought down, and wooden sheds were erected for the workmen in the meadow. In August, however, came tidings that, after 2 amputations of his diseased limb, the Kaiser Friedrich III had died. It was said from over free use of melons in the fever consequent on the operation.
his death was not likely to make much change in the government, which had of late been left to his son. At this time the King of the Romans, for the title of Kaiser was conferred only by coronation by the Pope, and this Maximilian never received, was at Innsbruck collecting troops for the deliverance of Styria and Carinthia from a horde of invading Turks. The Markgraf of Württemberg sent an intimation to all the Swabian League that the new sovereign would be best pleased if their homage were paid to him in his camp at the head of their armed retainers. Here was the way of enterprise and honour open at last, and the young barons of Adlerstein eagerly prepared for it, equipping their vassals and sending to Ulm to take 3 or 4 men at arms into their pay, so as to make up 20 lances at the contingent of Adlerstein. It was decided that Christina should spend the time of their absence at Ulm, whither her sons would escort her on their way to the camp. The last busy day was over, and in the summer evening Christina was sitting on the castle steps, listening to Ebbo's eager talk of his plans of interesting his hero, the King of the Romans, in his bridge, and obtaining full recognition of his claim to the debatable strand, where the busy workmen could be seen far below. Presently Ebbo, as usual when left to himself, grew restless for want of Friedel, and exclaiming, "The musing fit is on him. He will stay all night at the tarn if I fetch him not." He set off in quest of him, passing through the hamlet to look for him in the chapel on his way. Not finding Friedel there, he was, however, some way up towards the tarn, when he met his brother wearing the beamy yet awe-struck look that he often brought from the mountain height, yet with a steadfast expression of resolute purpose on his face. "Ah, dreamer," said Ebbo, "I knew where to seek thee. Ever in the clouds." "Yes, I have been to the tarn," said Friedel, throwing his arm round his brother's neck in their boyish fashion. "It has been very dear to me, and I long to see its grey depths once more." "Once! Yea, manifold times shalt thou see them," said Ebbo. "Schleiermacher tells me that these are no Janissaries, but a mere miscreant horde, even by whom glory can scarce be gained, and no peril at all." "I know not," said Friedel, "but it is to me as if I were taking my leave of all these purple hollows and heaven-lighted peaks cleaving the sky. All the more, Ebbo, since I have made up my mind to a resolution." "Nay, none of the old monkish fancies," cried Ebbo. "Against them thou art sworn, so long as I am true knight." "No, it is not the monkish fancy, but I am convinced that it is my duty to strive to ascertain my father's fate. Hold, I say not that it is thine. Thou hast thy charge here." "Looking for a dead man," growled Ebbo. "A proper quest?" "Not so," returned Friedel. "At the camp it will surely be impossible to learn, through either Schlangenwald or his men, how it went with my father. Men say that his surviving son, the Teutonic Knight, is of very different mould. He might bring something to light. Were it proved to be as the Schneiderlein avers, then would our conscience be at rest. But if he were in Schlangenwald's dungeon—" "Folly! Impossible! Yet men have pined 18 years in dark vaults," said Friedel, "and when I think that so may he have wasted for the whole of our lives that have been so free and joyous on his own mountain, it irks me to bound on the heather or gaze at the stars." "If the serpent hath dared," cried Ebbo, "though it is mere folly to think of it, we would summon the League and have his castle about his ears. Not that I believe it." "Scarce do I," said Friedel, "but there haunts me evermore the description of the kindly German chained between the decks of the corsair's galley. Once and again I have dreamt thereof. And, Ebbo, recollect the prediction that so fretted thee."
"Might not yon dark-cheeked woman have had some knowledge of the East and its captives?"
Ebbo started, but resumed his former tone. "So thou wouldest begin thine errantry like Sir Hildebert and Sir Hildebrand in the Rose Garden? Have a care. Such quests end in mortal conflict between the unknown father and son." "I should know him," said Friedel, enthusiastically. "Or, at least, he would know my mother's son and me, and could I no otherwise ransom him, I would ply the oar in his stead." "A fine exchange for my mother and me," gloomily laughed Ebbo. "To lose thee, my sublimated self, for a rude savage lord, who would straightway undo all our work, and rate and misuse our sweet mother for being more civilized than himself." "Shame, Ebbo!" cried Friedel. "Or art thou but in jest?" "So far in jest that thou wilt never go, puissant Sir Hildebert," returned Ebbo, drawing him closer. "Thou wilt learn, as I also trust to do, in what nameless hole the serpent hid his remains. Then shall they be duly coffined and blazoned. All the monks in the cloisters for 20 miles round shall sing requiems, and thou and I will walk bareheaded, with candles in our hands, by the bier, till we rest him in the blessed Friedmund's chapel, and there Lucas Handling shall carve his tomb, and thou shalt sit for the likeness." "So may it end," said Friedel, "but either I will know him dead, or endeavour somewhat in his behalf, and that the need is real, as well as the purpose blessed. I had become the more certain, for, Ebbo, as I rose to descend the hill, I saw in the cloud our patron's very form. I saw myself kneel before him and receive his blessing. Ebbo burst out laughing. "Now know I that it is indeed as saith Schleiermacher," he said, "and that these phantoms of the blessed Friedmund are but shadows cast by the sun on the vapours of the ravine. See, Friedel, I had gone to seek thee at the chapel, and meeting Father Norbert, I bent my knee, that I might take his farewell blessing. I had the substance, thou the shadow, thou dreamer." Friedel was as much mortified for the moment as his gentle nature could be. Then he resumed his sweet smile, saying, "Be it so. I have oft read that men are too prone to take visions and special providences to themselves, and now I have proved the truth of the saying." "And," said Ebbo, "thou seest my purpose is as baseless as thy vision?" "No, Ebbo, it grieves me to differ from thee, but my resolve is older than the fancy, and may not be shaken because I was vain enough to believe that the blessed Friedmund could stoop to bless me." "Ha!" shouted Ebbo, glad to see an object on which to vent his secret annoyance. "Who goes there, skulking round the rocks? Here, rogue, what art after here?" "No harm," sullenly replied a half-clad boy. "Whence art thou? From Schlangenwald, to spy what more we can be robbed of? The lash!" "Hold!" interposed Friedel. "Perchance the poor lad had no evil purposes. Didst lose thy way?" "No, sir. My mother sent me." "I thought so," cried Ebbo. "This comes of sparing the nest of thankless adders." "Nay," said Friedel, "mayhap it is because they are not thankless that the poor fellow is here." "Sir," said the boy, coming nearer, "I will tell you. You I will tell, not him who threatens. Mother said you spared our huts, and the lady gave us bread when we came to the castle gate in winter, and she would not see the riders lay waste your folks' doings down there without warning you." "My good lad, what saidst thou?" cried Ebbo, but the boy seemed dumb before him, and Friedel repeated the question ere he answered. "All the Langsnecks and riders are at the castle, and the Herr Graf has taken all my father's young sheep for them, a plague upon 'em, and our folk are warned to be at the muster rock to-morrow morn, each with a bundle of straw and a pine brand. And Black Baron heard the body squire say the Herr Graf had sworn not to go to the wars till every stick at the ford be burnt, every stone drowned, every workman hung." Ebbo, in a transport of indignation and gratitude, thrust his hand into his pouch, and threw the boy a handful of groschen, while Friedel gave warm thanks, in the utmost haste, ere both brothers sprang with headlong speed down the wild path to take advantage of the timely intelligence. The little council of war was speedily assembled, consisting of the barons, their mother, Master Moritz Schleiermacher, Heinz, and Hatto. To bring up to the castle the workmen, their families, and the more valuable implements was at once decided, and Christina asked whether there would be anything left worth defending, and whether the Schlangenwalden might not expend their fury on the scaffold, which could be newly supplied from the forest, the huts, which could be quickly restored, and the stones, which could hardly be damaged. The enemy must proceed to the camp in a day or two, and the building would be less assailable by their return, and besides, it was scarcely lawful to enter on a private war when the imperial banner was in the field. "Craving your pardon, gracious lady," said the architect, "that blame rests with him who provokes the war. See, Lord Baron, there is a time to send to Ulm, where the two guilds, our allies, will at once equip their trained bands and dispatch them. We, meanwhile, will hold the knaves in check, and by the time our burghers come up, the snake brood will have had such a lesson as they will not soon forget. Said I well, Herr Freiherr?" "Right bravely," said Ebbo. "It consorts not with our honour or rights, with my pledges to Ulm, or the fame of my house, to shut ourselves up and see the rogues work their will scatheless. My own score of men, besides the stouter masons, carpenters, and serfs, will be fully enough to make the old serpent of the wood rue the day, even without the aid of the burghers. Not a word against it, dearest mother. None is so wise as thou in matters of peace, but honour is here concerned." "My question is," persevered the mother, "whether honour be not better served by obeying the summons of the king against the infidel, with the men thou hast called together at his behest? Let the count do his worst. He gives thee legal ground of complaint to lay before the king and the League, and all may there be more firmly established." "That were admirable counsel, lady," said Schleiermacher, "well suited to the honour-worthy Guildmaster Sorel, and to our justice-loving city. But, in matters of baronial rights and aggressions, king and league are wont to help those that help themselves, and those that are over-nice as to law and justice come by the worst." "Not the worst in the long run," said Friedel. "Thine unearthly code will not serve us here, Friedel mine, returned his brother. Did I not defend the work I have begun? I should be branded as a weak fool. Nor will I see the foes of my house insult me without striking a fair stroke. Hap what hap, the debatable ford shall be debated. Call in the serfs, Hatto, and arm them. Mother, order a good supper for them. Master Moritz, let us summon thy masons and carpenters, and see who is a good man with his hands among them. Christina saw that remonstrance was vain. The days of peril and violence were coming back again, and all she could take comfort in was, that if not wholly right, her son was far from wholly wrong, and that with a free heart she could pray for a blessing on him and on his arms. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of Dove in the Eagle's Nest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dove in the Eagle's Nest by Charlotte Mary Young. Chapter 19. The Fight at the Ford. By the early September sunrise, the thicket beneath the pass was sheltering the 20 well-appointed riders of Adlerstein, each standing, holding his horse by the bridle, ready to mount at the instant. In their rear were the serfs and artisans, some with axes, scythes, or plowshares, a few with crossbows, and Jobst and his sons with the long blackened poles used for stirring their charcoal fires. In advance were Master Moritz and the 2 barons, the former in a stout plain steel helmet, cuirass, and gauntlets, a sword, and those new-fashioned weapons, pistols. The latter in full knightly armour, exactly alike, from the gilt-spurred heel to the eagle-crested helm, and often moving restlessly forward to watch for the enemy, though taking care not to be betrayed by the glitter of their mail. So long did they wait that there was even a doubt whether it might not have been a false alarm. The boy was vituperated, and it was proposed to dispatch a spy to see whether anything were doing at the Schlangenwald. At length a rustling and rushing were heard, then a clank of armour. Ebbo vaulted into the saddle, and gave the word to mount. Schleiermacher, who always fought on foot, stepped up to him. "Keep back your men, Herr Freiherr. Let his design be manifest. We must not be said to have fallen on him on his way to the muster." "It would be but as he served my father," muttered Ebbo, forced, however, to restrain himself, though with boiling blood, as the tramp of horses shook the ground, and bright armour became visible on the further side of the stream. For the first time the brothers beheld the foe of their line. He was seated on a clumsy black horse, and sheathed in full armour, and was apparently a large heavy man, whose powerful proportions were becoming unwieldy as he advanced in life. The dragon on his crest and shield would have made him known to the twins, even without the deadly curse that passed the Schneiderlein's lips at the sight. As the armed troop, outnumbering the Adlersteiners by about a dozen, and followed by a rabble with straw and pine brands, came forth on the meadow, the Count halted and appeared to be giving orders. "The ruffian! He is calling them on! Now—" began Ebbo. "Nay, there is no sign yet that he is not peacefully on his journey to the camp," responded Moritz, and, chafing with impatient fury, the knight waited while Schlangenwald rode towards the old channel of the Braunwasser, and there, drawing his rein, and sitting like a statue in his stirrups, he could hear him shout, "The lazy dogs are not astir yet. We will give them a reveille. Forward with your brands." "Now!" and Ebbo's cream-coloured horse leapt forth, as the whole band flashed into the sunshine from the greenwood covert. "Who troubles the workmen on my land?" shouted Ebbo. "Who you may be I care not," replied the Count, "but when I find strangers unlicensed on my lands I burn down their huts. On, fellows!" "Back, fellows!" called Ebbo. "Whoso touches a stick on Adlerstein ground shall suffer." "So," said the Count, "this is the burgher-bred, burgher-fed varlet that calls himself of Adlerstein. Boy, thou had best be warned. Wert thou true-blooded, it were worth my while to maintain my rights against thee. Craven as thou art, not even with spirit to accept my feud, I would fain not have the trouble of sweeping thee from my path." Herr Graf, as true Frere and belted knight I defy thee. I proclaim my right to this ground, and whoso damages those I place there must do battle with me." "Thou wilt have it then," said the Count, taking his heavy lance from his squire, closing his visor, and wheeling back his horse so as to give space for his career. Ebbo did the like, while Friedel on one side and Hiram von Schlagenwald on the other kept their men in array, awaiting the issue of the strife between their leaders. The fire of 17 against the force of 56. They closed in full shock, with shivered lances and rearing, pawing horses, but without damage to either. Each drew his sword, and they were pressing together, when Heinz, seeing a Schlangenwalder aiming with his crossbow, rode at him furiously, and the melee became general. Shots were fired, not only from crossbows, but from arquebuses, and in the throng Friedel lost sight of the main combat between his brother and the Count. Suddenly, however, there was a crash, as of falling men and horses, with a shout of victory strangely mingled with a cry of agony, and both sides became aware that their leaders had fallen. Each party rushed to its fallen head. Friedel beheld Ebbo under his struggling horse, and an enemy dashing at his throat, and, flying to the rescue, he rode down the assailant, striking him with his sword; and, with the instinct of driving the foe as far as possible from his brother, he struck with a sort of frenzy, shouting fiercely to his men, and leaping over the dry bed of the river, rushing onward with an intoxication of ardour that would have seemed foreign to his gentle nature but for the impetuous desire to protect his brother. Their leaders down, the enemy had no one to rally them, and in spite of their superiority in number, gave way in confusion before the furious onset of Adlerstein. So soon, however, as Friedel perceived that he had forced the enemy far back from the scene of conflict, his anxiety for his brother returned, and, leaving the retainers to continue the pursuit, he turned his horse. There, on the green meadow, lay on the one hand Ebbo's cream-coloured charger, with his master under him, on the other the large figure of the Count, and several other prostrate forms likewise struggled on the sand and pebbles of the strand, or on the turf. "Ay," said the architect, who had turned with Friedel, "'twas a gallant feat, Sir Friedel, and I trust there is no great harm done. Were it the mere dint of the Count's sword, your brother will be little the worse." "Ebbo, Ebbo mine, look up!" cried Friedel, leaping from his horse and unclasping his brother's helmet. "Friedel!" groaned a half-suffocated voice. "Oh, take away the horse!" One or two of the artisans were at hand, and with their help the dying steed was disengaged from the rider, who could not restrain his moans, though Friedel held him in his arms and endeavoured to move him as gently as possible. It was then seen that the deep gash from the Count's sword in the chest was not the most serious injury, but that an arquebus ball had pierced his thigh before burying itself in the body of his horse, and that the limb had been further crushed and wrenched by the animal's struggles. He was nearly unconscious, and gasped with anguish, but, after Moritz had bathed his face and moistened his lips, as he lay in his brother's arms, he looked up with clearer eyes, and said, "Have I slain him? It was the shot, not he, that sent me down. Lives he? See, thou Friedel, thou! Make him yield." Transferring Ebbo to the arms of Schleiermacher, Friedel obeyed, and stepped towards the fallen foe. The wrongs of Adlerstein were indeed avenged, for the blood was welling fast from a deep thrust above the collar-bone, and the failing feeble hand was wandering uncertainly along the clasps of the gorget. "Let me aid," said Friedel, kneeling down, and in his pity for the dying man omitting the summons to yield, he threw back the helmet, and beheld a grizzled head and stern hard features, so embrowned by weather and inflamed by intemperance, that even approaching death failed to blanch them. A scowl of malignant hate was in the eyes, and there was a thrill of angry wonder as they fell on the lad's face. "Thou again, thou whelp! I thought at least I had made an end of thee," he muttered, unheard by Friedel, who, intent on the thought that had recurred to him with greater vividness than ever, was again filling Ebbo's helmet with water. He refreshed the dying man's face with it, held it to his lips, and said, "Herr Graf, variance and strife are ended now. For heaven's sake, say where I may find my father." "So, wouldst find him?" replied Schlangenwald, fixing his look on the eager countenance of the youth, while his hand, with a dying man's nervous agitation, was fumbling at his belt. "I would bless thee forever, could I but free him." "Know then," said the Count, speaking very slowly, and still holding the young knight's gaze with a sort of intent fascination, by the stony glare of his light grey eyes, "know that thy villain father is a Turkish slave, unless he be, as I hope, where his mongrel son may find him." Therewith came a flash, a report. Friedel leaped back, staggered, fell. Ebbo started to a sitting posture, with horrified eyes and a loud shriek, calling on his brother. Moritz sprang to his feet, shouting, "Shame! Treason!" "I call you to witness that I had not yielded," said the Count. "There's an end of the brood." And with a grim smile he straightened his limbs and closed his eyes as a dead man, ere the indignant artisans fell on him in savage vengeance. All this had passed like a flash of lightning, and Friedel had almost at the instant of his fall flung himself towards his brother, and raising himself on one hand, with the other clasped Ebbo's, saying, "Fear not, it is nothing," and he was bending to take Ebbo's head again on his knee, when a gush of dark blood from his left side caused Moritz to exclaim, "Ah, Sir Friedel, the traitor did his work. That is no slight hurt." "Where? How? The ruffian!" cried Ebbo, supporting himself on his elbow so as to see his brother, who had rather dreamily put his hand to his side, and, looking at the fresh blood that immediately dyed it, said, "I do not feel it. This is more numb dullness than pain." "A bad sign that," said Moritz, apart to one of the workmen, with whom he held counsel how to carry back to the castle the two young knights who remained on the bank, Ebbo partly extended on the ground, partly supported on the knee and arm of Friedel, who sat with his head drooping over him, their looks fixed on one another, as if conscious of nothing else on earth. "Herr Freiherr," said Moritz presently, "have you breath to wind your bugle to call the men back from their pursuit?" Ebbo essayed, but was too faint, and Friedel, rousing himself from the stupor, took the horn from him, and made the mountain echoes ring again, but at the expense of a great effusion of blood. By this time, however, Heinz was riding back, and a moment his exultation turned to rage and despair, when he saw the condition of his young lords. Master Schleiermacher proposed to lay them on one of the planks prepared for the building, and carry them up the new road. "Methinks," said Friedel, "that I could ride if I were lifted on horseback, and thus would our mother be less shocked." "Well thought," said Ebbo. "Go on and cheer her. Show her thou canst keep the saddle, however it may be with me," he added with a groan of anguish. Friedel made the sign of the cross over him. "The Holy Cross keep us and her, Ebbo," he said, as he bent to assist in laying his brother on the boards, where a mantle had been spread, then kissed his brow, saying, "We shall be together again soon." Ebbo was lifted on the shoulders of his bearers, and Friedel strove to rise, with the aid of Heinz, but sank back, unable to use his limbs, and Schleiermacher was the more concerned. "It goes so with the backbone," he said. "Sir Friedmund, you had best be carried." "Nay, for my mother's sake, and I would fain be on my good steed's back once again," he entreated. And when with much difficulty he had been lifted to the back of his cream colour, who stood as gently and patiently as if he understood the exigency of the moment, he sat upright and waved his hand as he passed the litter, while Ebbo, on his side, signed to him to speed on and prepare their mother. Long, however, before the castle was reached, dizzy confusion and leaden helplessness, when no longer stimulated by his brother's presence, so grew on him that it was with much ado that Heinz could keep him in his saddle, but when he saw his mother in the castle gateway, he again collected his forces, bade Heinz withdraw his supporting arm, and, straightening himself, waved a greeting to her, as he called cheerily, "Victory, dear mother! Ebbo has overthrown the Count, and you must not be grieved if it be at some cost of blood." "Alas, my son!" was all Christina could say, for his effort at gaiety formed a ghastly contrast with the grey, livid hue that overspread his fair young face, his bloody armour, and damp, disordered hair, and even his stiff, unearthly smile. "Nay, motherling," he added, as she came so near that he could put his arm round her neck, "sorrow not, for Ebbo will need thee much. And, mother," as his face lighted up, "there is joy coming to you. Only I would that I could have brought him. Mother, he died not under the Schlangenwald swords." "Who? Not Ebbo?" cried the bewildered mother. "Your own Eberhard, our father," said Friedel, raising her face to him with his hand, and adding, as he met a startled look, "The cruel Count owned it with his last breath. He is a Turkish slave, and surely Heaven will give him back to comfort you, even though we may not work his freedom. Oh, mother, I had so longed for it, but God be thanked that at least certainty was bought by my life." The last words were uttered almost unconsciously, and he had nearly fallen as the excitement faded, but as they were lifting him down he bent once more and kissed the glossy neck of his horse. "Ah, poor fellow, thou too wilt be lonely. May Ebbo yet ride thee." The mother had no time for grief. Alas, she might have full time for that by and by. The one wish of the twins was to be together, and presently both were laid on the great bed in the upper chamber, Ebbo in a swoon from the pain of the transport, and Friedel lying so as to meet the first look of recovery; and, after Ebbo's eyes had reopened, they watched one another in silence for a short space, till Ebbo said, "Is that the hue of death on thy face, brother?" "I well believe so," said Friedel. "Ever together," said Ebbo, holding his hand. "But alas! my mother! Would I had never sent thee to the traitor." "Ah, so comes her comfort," said Friedel. "Heard you not? He owned that my father was among the Turks." "And I," cried Ebbo, "I have withheld thee. O Friedel, had I listened to thee, thou hadst not been in this fatal broil." "Nay, ever together," repeated Friedel. "Through Ulm merchants will my mother be able to ransom him. I know she will, so oft have I dreamt of his return. Then, mother, you will give him our duteous greetings." And he smiled again. Like one in a dream, Christina returned his smile, because she saw he wished it, just as the moment before she had been trying to staunch his wound. It was plain that the injuries, except Ebbo's sword cut, were far beyond her skill, and she could only endeavour to check the bleeding till better aid could be obtained from Ulm. Thither Moritz Schleiermacher had already sent, and he assured her that he was far from despairing of the elder Baron, but she derived little hope from his words, for gunshot wounds were then so ill understood as generally to prove fatal. Moreover, there was an undefined impression that the two lives must end in the same hour, even as they had begun. Indeed, Ebbo was suffering so terribly, and was so much spent with pain and loss of blood, that he seemed sinking much faster than Friedel, whose wound bled less freely, and who only seemed benumbed and torpid, except when he roused himself to speak, or was distressed by the writhings and moans which, however, for his sake, Ebbo restrained as much as he could. To be together seemed an all-sufficient consolation, and, when the chaplain came sorrowfully to give them the last rites of the church, Ebbo implored him to pray that he might not be left behind long in purgatory. "Friedel," he said, clasping his brother's hand, "is even like the holy Sebastian or Maurice, but I was never such as he. O father, will it be my penance to be left alone when he is in paradise?" "What is that?" said Friedel, partially roused by the sound of his name, and the involuntary pressure of his hand. "Nay, Ebbo, one repentance, one cross, one hope." and he relapsed into a doze, while Ebbo murmured over a broken, brief confession, exhausting by its vehemence of self-accusation for his proud spirit, his wilful neglect of his lost father, his hot contempt of prudent counsel. Then, when the priest came round to Friedel's side, and the boy was wakened to make his shrift, the words were contrite and humble, but calm and full of trust. They were like two of their own mountain streams, the waters almost equally undefiled by external stain, yet one struggling, agitated, whirling giddily round, the other still, transparent, and the light of heaven smiling in its clearness. The farewell greetings of the church on earth breathed soft and sweet in their loftiness, and Friedel, though lying motionless and with closed eyes, never failed in the murmured response, whether fully conscious or not, while his brother only attended by fits and starts, and was evidently often in too much pain to know what was passing. Help was nearer than had been hoped. The summons dispatched the night before had been responded to by the vintners and mercers. Their train bands had set forth, and their captain, a cautious man, never rode into the way of blows without his surgeon at hand. And so it came to pass that, before the sun was low on that long and grievous day, Dr. Johannes Butemann was led into the upper chamber, where the mother looked up to him with a kind of hopeless gratitude on her face, which was nearly as white as those of her sons. The doctor soon saw that Friedel was past human aid, but, when he declared that there was a fair hope for the other youth, Friedel, whose torpor had been dispelled by the examination, looked up with his beaming smile, saying, "There, motherling!" The doctor then declared that he could not deal with the Baron's wound unless he were the sole occupant of the bed, and this sentence brought the first cloud of grief or dread to Friedel's brow, but only for a moment. He looked at his brother, who had again fainted at the first touch of his wounded limb, and said, "It is well. Tell the dear Ebbo that I cannot help it if, after all, I go to the praying and leave him the fighting. Dear, dear Ebbo! One day together again and forever. I leave thee for thine own sake." With much effort he signed the cross again on his brother's brow, and kissed it long and fervently. Then, as all stood round, reluctant to effect this severance or disturb one on whom death was visibly fast approaching, he struggled up on his elbow, and held out the other hand, saying, "Take me now, Heinz, ere Ebbo revive to be grieved. The last sacrifice," he further whispered, whilst almost giving himself to Heinz and Moritz to be carried to his own bed in the turret chamber. There, even as they laid him down, began what seemed to be the mortal agony, and, though he was scarcely sensible, his mother felt that her prime call was to him, while his brother was in other hands. Perhaps it was well for her. Surgical practice was rough, and wounds made by firearms were thought to have imbibed a poison that made treatment be supposed efficacious in proportion to the pain inflicted. When Ebbo was recalled by the torture to see no white reflection of his own face on the pillow beside him, and to feel in vain for the grasp of the cold damp hand, a delirious frenzy seized him, and his struggles were frustrating the doctor's attempts, when a low soft sweet song stole through the open air. "Friedel," he murmured, and held his breath to listen. All through the declining day did the gentle sound continue, now of grand chants or hymns caught from the cathedral choir, now of songs of chivalry or saintly legend so often sung over the evening fire, the one flowing into the other in the wandering of failing powers, but never failing in the tender sweetness that had distinguished Friedel through life. And, whenever that voice was heard, let them do to him what they would, Ebbo was still absorbed in intense listening, so as not to lose a note, and lulled almost out of sense of suffering by that swan-like music. If his attendants made such noise as to break in on it, or if it ceased for a moment, the anguish returned, but was charmed away by the weakest, faintest resumption of the song. Probably Friedel knew not, with any earthly sense, what he was doing, but to the very last he was serving his twin brother, as none other could have aided him in his need. The September sun had set, twilight was coming on, the doctor had worked his stern will, and Ebbo, quivering in every fibre, lay spent on his pillow, when his mother glided in, and took her seat near him, though where she hoped he would not notice her presence. But he raised his eyelids and said, "He is not singing now." "Singing indeed, but where we cannot hear him," she answered. "Whiter than the snow, clearer than the ice cave, more solemn than the choir, they will come at last." That was what he said, even as he entered there. And the low dove-like tone and tender calm face continued upon Ebbo the spell that the chant had left. He dozed as though still lulled by its echo. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of Dove in the Eagle's Nest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Dove in the Eagle's Nest by Charlotte Mary Yonge. Chapter 20. The Wounded Eagle. The star and the spark in the stubble. Often did the presage of her dream occur to Christina, and assist in sustaining her hopes during the days that Ebbo's life hung in the balance, and he himself had hardly consciousness to realize either his brother's death or his own state, save as much as was shown by the words, "Let him not be taken away, mother, let him wait for me." Friedmund did wait, in his coffin before the altar in the castle chapel, covered with a pall of blue velvet and great white cross, mournfully sent by Hausfrau Johanna, his sword, shield, helmet, and spurs laid on it, and wax tapers burning at the head and feet. And when Christina could leave the one son on his couch of suffering, it was to kneel beside the other son, on his narrow bed of rest, and recall, like a breath of solace, the heavenly loveliness and peace that rested on his features when she had taken her last long look at them. Moritz Schleiermacher assisted at Sir Friedmund's first solemn requiem, and then made a journey to Ulm, whence he returned to find the Baron's danger so much abated that he ventured on begging for an interview with the lady, in which he explained his purpose of repairing at once to the imperial camp, taking with him a letter from the guilds concerned in the bridge, and using his personal influence with Maximilian to obtain not only pardon for the combat, but authoritative sanction to the erection. Dankwart of Schlangenwald, the Teutonic knight, and only heir of old Wolfgang, was supposed to be with the Emperor, and it might be possible to come to terms with him, since his breeding in the Prussian commanderies had kept him aloof from the feuds of his father and brother. This mournful fight had to a certain extent equalized the injuries on either side, since the man whom Friedel had cut down was Hierom, one of the few remaining scions of Schlangenwald, and there was thus no dishonour in trying to close the deadly feud, and coming to an amicable arrangement about the debatable strand, the cause of so much bloodshed. What was now wanted was Freiherr Eberhard's signature to the letter to the Emperor, and his authority for making terms with the new Count, and haste was needed, lest the Markgraf of Württemberg should represent the affray in the light of an outrage against a member of the League. Christina saw the necessity, and undertook, if possible, to obtain her son's signature, but at the first mention of Master Moritz and the bridge, Ebbo turned away his head, groaned, and begged to hear no more of either. He thought of his bold declaration that the bridge must be built, even at the cost of blood. Little did he then guess of whose blood, and in his bitterness of spirit He felt a jealousy of that influence of Schleiermacher, which had of late come between him and his brother. He hated the very name, he said, and hid his face with a shudder. He hoped the torrent would sweep away every fragment of the bridge. "Nay, Ebbo mine, wherefore wish ill to a good work that our blessed one loved? Listen, and let me tell you my dream for making yonder strand a peaceful memorial of our peaceful boy." "To honour Friedel?" and he gazed on her with something like interest in his eyes. "Yes, Ebbo, and as he would best brook honour. Let us seek for ever to end the rival claims to yon piece of meadow, by praying this night of a religious order, the new count, to unite us in building there, or as near as may be safe, a church of holy peace, and a cell for a priest, who may watch over the bridge ward, and offer the holy sacrifice for the departed of either house. There we will place our gentle Friedel, to be the first to guard the peace of the ford, and there we will sleep ourselves when our time shall come, and so may the cruel feud of many generations be slaked for ever." "In his blood!" sighed Ebbo. "Ah, would that it had been mine, mother! It is well as anything can be again. So shall the spot where he fell be made sacred, and fenced from rude feet, and we shall see his fair effigy keeping his armed watch there." And Christina was thankful to see his look of gratification, sad though it was. She sat down near his bed, and began to write a letter in their joint names to Graf Dankwart von Schlangenwald, proposing that thus, after the even balance of the wrongs of the two houses, their mutual hostility might be laid to rest for ever by the consecration of the cause of their long contention. It was a stiff and formal letter, full of the set pious formularies of the age, scarcely revealing the deep heart feeling within. But it was to the purpose, and Ebbo, after hearing it read, heartily approved, and consented to sign both it and those that Schleiermacher had brought. Christina held the scroll, and placed the pen in the fingers that had lately so easily wielded the heavy sword, but now felt it a far greater effort to guide the slender quill. Moritz Schleiermacher went his way in search of the King of the Romans, far off in Carinthia. A full reply could not be expected till the campaign was over, and all that was known for some time was through a messenger sent back to Ulm by Schleiermacher, with the intelligence that Maximilian would examine into the matter after his return, and that Count Dankwart would reply when he should come to perform his father's obsequies after the army was dispersed. There was also a letter of kind, though courtly condolence from Casimir of Wildschloss, much grieving for gallant young Sir Friedmund, proffering all the advocacy he could give the cause of Adlerstein, and covertly proffering the protection that she and her remaining son might now be more disposed to accept. Christina suppressed this letter, knowing it would only pain and irritate Ebbo, and that she had her answer ready. Indeed, in her grief for one son, and her anxiety for the other, perhaps it was this letter that first made her fully realize the drift of those earnest words of Friedel's respecting his father. Meantime, the mother and son were alone together, with much of suffering and of sorrow, yet with a certain tender comfort in the being all in all to one another, with none to intermeddle with their mutual love and grief. It was to Christina as if something of Friedel's sweetness had passed to his brother in his patient helplessness, and that, while thus fully engrossed with him, she had both her sons in one. Nay, in spite of all the pain, grief, and weariness, these were times when both dreaded any change, and the full recovery, when not only would the loss of Friedel be every moment freshly brought home to his brother, but when Ebbo would go in quest of his father. For on this the young Baron had fixed his mind as a sacred duty, from the moment he had seen that life was to be his lot. He looked on his neglect of indications of the possibility of his father's life in the light of a sin that had led to all his disasters, and not only regarded the intended search as a token of repentance, but as a charge bequeathed to him by his less selfish brother. He seldom spoke of his intention, but his mother was perfectly aware of it, and never thought of it without such an agony of foreboding dread as eclipsed all the hope that lay beyond. She could only turn away her mind from the thought, and be thankful for what was still to her own from day to day. "Art weary, my son?" asked Christina one October afternoon, as Ebbo lay on his bed, languidly turning the pages of a noble folio of the legends of the saints that Master Gottfried had sent for his amusement. It was such a book as fixed the ardour a few years later of the wounded Navarrese knight, Inigo de Loyola, but Ebbo handled it as if each page were lead. "Only thinking how Friedel would have glowed toward these as his own kinsman," said Ebbo. "Then should I have cared to read of them." And he gave a long sigh. "Let me take away the book," she said. "Thou hast read long, and it is dark. So dark that there must surely be a snow cloud. Snow is falling in the large flakes that our Friedel used to call winter butterflies." "Butterflies that will swarm and shut us in from the weary world," said Ebbo. "And alack, when they go, what a turmoil it will be! Councils in the Rathhaus, appeals to the League, wranglings with the Markgraf, wise saws, overweening speeches, all alike dull and dead." "It will scarce be so when strength and spirit have returned, mine Ebbo." "Never can life be more to me than the way to him," said the lonely boy, "and I, never like him, shall miss the road without him." While he thus spoke in the listless dejection of sorrow and weakness, Hatto's aged step was on the stair. "Gracious lady," he said, "here is a huntsman bewildered in the hills, who has been asking shelter from the storm that is drifting up." "See to his entertainment, then, Hatto," said the lady. "My lady, Sir Baron," added Hatto, "I had not come up, but that this guest seems scarce gear for us below. He is none of the foresters of our tract. His hair is perfumed, his shirt is fine holland, his buff suit is of softest skin, his baldric has a jewelled clasp, and his arblast. It would do my Lord Baron's heart good only to cast eyes on the perfect make of that arblast. He has a lordly tread, and a stately presence, and though he has a free tongue, and made friends with us as he dried his garments, he asked after my lord like his equal." "Oh, mother, must you play the chatelaine?" asked Ebbo. "Who can the fellow be? Why did none ever so come when they would have been more welcome?" "Welcomed must he be," said Christina, rising, "and thy state shall be my excuse for not tarrying longer with him than may be needful." Yet, though shrinking from a stranger's face, she was not without hope that the variety might wholesomely rouse her son from his depression, and in effect Ebbo, when left with Hatto, minutely questioned him on the appearance of the stranger, and watched, with much curiosity, for his mother's return. "Ebbo mine," she said, entering, after a long interval, "the knight asked to see thee either after supper or to-morrow morn." "Then a knight he is?" "Yea, truly, a knight truly in every look and gesture, bearing his head like the leading stag of the herd, and yet right gracious." "Gracious to you, mother, in your own hall?" cried Ebbo, almost fiercely. "Ah, jealous champion, thou couldst not take offence. It was the manner of one free and courteous to every one, and yet with an inherent loftiness that pervades all." "Gives he no name?" said Ebbo. "He calls himself Ritter Theurdank, of the suite of the late Kaiser, but I should deem him wont rather to lead than to follow." "Theurdank," repeated Eberhard, "I know no such name. So, motherling, are you going to sup? I shall not sleep till I have seen him." "Hold, dear son." She leant over him and spoke low. "See him thou must, But let me first station Heinz and Koppel at the door with halberts, not within earshot, but thou art so entirely defenceless." She had the pleasure of seeing him laugh. "Less defenceless than when the kinsman of Wildschloss here visited us, mother. I see for whom thou takest him, but let it be so. A spiritual knight would scarce wreak his vengeance on a wounded man in his bed. I will not have him insulted with precautions. If he has freely risked himself in my hands, I will as freely risk myself in his. Moreover, I thought he had won thy heart." "Reigned over it rather," said Christina. "It is but the disguise that I suspect and mistrust. Bid me not leave thee alone with him, my son." "Nay, dear mother," said Ebbo, "the matters on which he is like to speak will brook no presence save our own, and even that will be hard enough to bear. So prop me more upright. So, and comb out these locks somewhat smoother. Thanks, mother. Now can he see whether he will choose Eberhard of Adlerstein for friend or foe?" By the time supper was ended, the only light in the upper room came from the flickering flames of the fire of pine knots on the hearth. It glanced on the pale features and dark, sad eyes of the young Baron, sad in spite of the eager look of scrutiny that he turned on the figure that entered at the door, and approached so quickly that the partial light only served to show the gloss of long, fair hair, the glint of a jewelled belt, and the outline of a tall, well-knit, agile frame. "Welcome, Herr Ritter," he said. "I am sorry we have been unable to give you a fitter reception." "No host could be more fully excused than you," said the stranger, and Ebbo started at his voice. "I fear you have suffered much, and still have much to suffer." "My sword wound is healing fast," said Ebbo. "It is the shot in my broken thigh that is so tedious and painful. And I dare be sworn the leeches made it worse. I have hated all leeches ever since they kept me 3 days a prisoner in apothecaries' shops stinking with drugs. Why, I have cured myself with 1 pitcher of water of a raging fever in their very despite. How did they serve thee, my poor boy?" "They poured hot oil into the wound to remove the venom of the lead," said Ebbo. "Had it been my case, the lead should have been in their own brains first, though that were scarce needed, the heavy-witted Hans sausages. Why should there be more poison in lead than in steel? I have asked all my surgeons that question, nor ever had a reasonable answer. Greater havoc of warriors do they make than ever with the arquebus, ay, even when every lanzknecht bears one." "Alack!" Ebbo could not help exclaiming. "Where will be room for chivalry?" "Talk not the old world nonsense," said Theurdank. "Chivalry is in the heart, not in the weapon. A youth beforehand enough with the world to be building bridges should know that, when all our troops are provided with such an arm, then will their platoons in serried ranks be as a solid wall breathing fire, and as impregnable as the lines of English archers with longbows, or the phalanx of Macedon. And when each man bears a pistol instead of the misericorde, his life will be far more his own." Ebbo's face was in full light, and his visitor marked his contracted brow and trembling lip. "Ah," he said, "thou hast had foul experience of these weapons." "Not mine own hurt," said Ebbo. "That was but fair chance of war." "I understand," said the knight. "It was the shot that severed the goodly bond that was so fair to see. Young man, none has grieved more truly than King Max." "And well he may," said Ebbo. "He has not lost merely one of his best servants, but all the better half of another." "There is still stuff enough left to make that one well worth having," said Theurdank, kindly grasping his hand, "though I would it were more substantial. How didst get old Wolfgang down, boy?" "He must have been a tough morsel for slight bones like these, even when better covered than now. Come, tell me all. I promised the Markgraf of Würtemberg to look into the matter when I came to be guest at St. Ruprecht's cloister, and I have some small interest too with King Max." His kindliness and sympathy were more effectual with Ebbo than the desire to represent his case favourably, for he was still too wretched to care for policy. But he answered Theurdank's questions readily, and explained how the idea of the bridge had originated in the vigil beside the broken waggons. "I hope," said Theurdank, "the merchants made up thy share? These overthrown goods are a seignorial right of one or other of you lords of the bank." "True, Herr Ritter, but we deemed it unknightly to snatch at what travellers lost by misfortune. Freiherr Eberhard, take my word for it, while thou thus holdest, all the arquebuses yet to be cut out of the Black Forest will not mar thy chivalry. Where didst get these ways of thinking?" "My brother was a very Saint Sebastian. My mother—" "Ah, her sweet wise face would have shown it, even had not poor Casimir of Adlerstein raved of her. Ah, lad, thou hast crossed a case of true love there. Canst not brook even such a gallant stepfather?" "I may not," said Ebbo with spirit, for with his last breath Schlangenwald owned that my own father died not at the hostel, but may now be alive as a Turkish slave. "The devil!" burst out Theurdank. "Well, that might have been a pretty mess. A Turkish slave, saidst thou? What year chanced all this matter, thy grandfather's murder and all the rest?" "The year before my birth," said Ebbo. "It was in the September of 1475. "Ha!" muttered Theurdank, musing to himself. "That was the year the dotard Schenk got his overthrow at the fight of Rain on Saar from the Moslem. Some composition was made by them, and old Wolfgang was not unlikely to have been the go-between. So, say on, young knight," he added. "Let us to the matter in hand. How rose the strife that kept back 2 troops from the banner of the Empire?" Ebbo proceeded with the narration, and concluded it just as the bell, now belonging to the chapel, began to toll for Compline, and Theurdank prepared to obey its summons, first, however, asking if he should send any one to the patient. Ebbo thanked him, but said he needed no one till his mother should come after prayers. "Nay, I told thee I had some leechcraft. Thou art weary, and must rest more entirely." And giving him little choice, Theurdank supported him with one arm while removing the pillows that propped him, then laid him tenderly down, saying, "Good night, and the saints bless thee, brave young knight. Sleep well, and recover in spite of the leeches. I cannot afford to lose both of you." Ebbo strove to follow mentally the services that were being performed in the chapel, and whose amens and louder notes pealed up to him, devoid of the clear young tones that had sung their last here below, but swelled by grand bass notes that as much distracted Ebbo's attention as the memory of his guest's conversation, and he impatiently awaited his mother's arrival. At length, lamp in hand, she appeared with tears shining in her eyes, and bending over him said, "Ye hath done honour to our blessed one, my Ebbo." He knelt by him, and crossed him with holy water, and when he led me from the chapel, he told me any mother in Germany might envy me my 2 sons even now. Thou must love him now, Ebbo. "Love him as one loves one's loftiest model," said Ebbo. "Value the old castle the more for sheltering him. Hath he made himself known to thee?" "Not openly, but there is only one that he can be." Christina smiled, thankful that the work of pardon and reconciliation had been thus softened by the personal qualities of the enemy, whose conduct in the chapel had deeply moved her. "Then all will be well, blessedly well," she said. "So I trust," said Ebbo, "but the bell broke our converse, and he laid me down as tenderly as— Oh, mother, if a father's kindness be like his, I have truly somewhat to regain." "Knew he aught of the fell bargain?" whispered Christina. "Not he, of course, save that it was a year of Turkish inroads. He will speak more perchance tomorrow. Mother, not a word to anyone, nor let us betray our recognition, unless it be his pleasure to make himself known." "Certainly not," said Christina, remembering the danger that the household might revenge Friedel's death if they knew the foe to be in their power. Knowing as she did that Ebbo's admiration was apt to be enthusiastic, and might now be rendered the more fervent by fever and solitude, she was still at a loss to understand his dazzled, fascinated state. When Heinz entered, bringing the castle key, which was always laid under the Baron's pillow, Ebbo made a movement with his hand that surprised them both, as if to send it elsewhere, then muttered, "No, no, not till he reveals himself," and asked, "Where sleeps the guest?" "In the grandmother's room, which we fitted for a guest chamber, little thinking who our first would be," said his mother. "Never fear, lady, we will have a care to him," said Heinz, somewhat grimly. "Yes, have a care," said Ebbo wearily, "and take care all due honour is shown to him. Good night, Heinz." "Gracious lady," said Heinz, when by a sign he had intimated to her his desire of speaking with her unobserved by the Baron, "never fear. I know who the fellow is as well as you do. I shall be at the foot of the stairs, and woe to whoever tries to step up them past me." "There is no reason to apprehend treason, Heinz, yet to be on our guard can do no harm." "Nay, lady, I could look to the gear for the oubliette, if you would speak the word." "For heaven's sake, no, Heinz. This man has come hither trusting to our honour, and you could not do your lord a greater wrong, nor one that he could less pardon, than by any attempt on our guest." "Would that he had never eaten our bread," muttered Heinz. "Vipers be they all, and who knows what may come next?" "Watch, watch, Heinz, that is all," implored Christina, "and above all, not a word to any one else." And Christina dismissed the man-at-arms, gruff and sullen, and herself retired ill at ease, between fears of, and for, the unwelcome guest, whose strange powers of fascination had rendered her, in his absence, doubly distrustful. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Dove in the Eagle's Nest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Dove in the Eagle's Nest by Charlotte Mary Yonge. Chapter 21. Ritter Theurdank. The snow fell all night without ceasing, and was still falling on the morrow, when the guest explained his desire of paying a short visit to the young Baron, and then taking his departure. Christina would gladly have been quit of him, but she felt bound to remonstrate, for their mountain was absolutely impassable during a fall of snow, above all when accompanied by wind, since the drifts concealed fearful abysses, and the shifting masses ensured destruction to the unwary wayfarer. Nay, natives themselves had perished between the hamlet and the castle. "Not the hardiest cragsman, not my son himself," she said, "could venture on such a morning to guide you to—" "Whither, gracious dame?" asked Theurdank, half smiling. "Nay, sir, I would not utter what you would not make known." "You know me then?" "Surely, sir, for our noble foe, whose generous trust in our honour must win my son's heart." "So," he said, with a peculiar smile. "Theurdank. Dankwart. I see. May I ask if your son likewise smelt out the Schlangenwald?" "Verily, Sir Count, my Ebbo is not easily deceived. He said our guest could be but one man in all the empire." Theurdank smiled again, saying, "Then, lady, you shudder not at a man whose kin and yours have shed so much of one another's blood?" "Nay, ghostly knight, I regard you as no more stained therewith than are my sons by the deeds of their grandfather." "If there were more like you, lady," returned Theurdank, "deadly feuds would soon be starved out. May I to your son? I have more to say to him, and I would fain hear his views of the storm." Christina could not be quite at ease with Theurdank in her son's room, but she had no choice, and she knew that Heinz was watching on the turret stair, out of hearing indeed, but as ready to spring as a cat who sees her young ones in the hand of a child that she only half trusts. Ebbo lay eagerly watching for his visitor, who greeted him with the same almost paternal kindness he had evinced the night before, but consulted him upon the way from the castle. Ebbo confirmed his mother's opinion that the path was impracticable so long as the snow fell and the wind tossed it in wild drifts. "We have been caught in snow," he said, "and hard work have we had to get home. Once indeed, after a bear hunt, we fully thought the castle stood before us, and lo, it was all a cruel snow mist in that mocking shape. I was even about to climb our last eagle step, as I thought, when behold, it proved to be the very brink of the abyss. Ah, these ravines are well nigh as bad as those of the inn. I've known what it was to be caught on the edge of a precipice by a sharp wind, changing its course, mark'st thou, so swiftly that it verily tore my hold from the rock, and had well nigh swept me into a chasm of mighty depth. There was nothing for it but to make the best spring I might towards the crag on the other side, and grip for my life at my alpenstock, which by Our Lady's grace was firmly planted, and I held on till I got breath again, and felt for my footing on the ice-glazed rock." "Ah," said Eberhard with a long breath, after having listened with a hunter's keen interest to this hair's breadth escape, "it sounds like a gust of my mountain air thus let in on me." "Truly it is dismal work for a lusty hunter to lie here," said Theurdank, "but soon shalt thou take thy crags again in full vigour, I hope. How callest thou the deep grey lonely pool under a steep frowning crag sharpened well nigh to a spear point, that I passed yester afternoon?" "The Ptarmigan's Mere." "The Red Eyrie," murmured Ebbo, scarcely able to utter the words as he thought of Friedel's delight in the pool, his exploit at the Eyrie, and the gay bargain made in the streets of Ulm, that he should show the scaler of the Dom steeple the way to the Eagle's Nest. "I remember," said his guest gravely, coming to his side. "Ah, boy, thy brother's flight has been higher yet. Weep freely, fear me not. Do I not know what it is, when those who were over good for earth have found their eagle's wings and left us here?" Ebbo gazed up through his tears into the noble, mournful face that was bent kindly over him. "I will not seek to comfort thee by counselling thee to forget," said Theurdank. "I was scarce thine elder when my life was thus rent asunder, and to hoar hairs, nay, to the grave itself, will she be my glory and my sorrow. Never owned I a brother, but I trow ye two were one in no common sort." "Such brothers as we saw at Ulm were little like us," returned Ebbo from the bottom of his heart. "We were knit together so that all will begin with me as if it were the left hand remaining alone to do it. I am glad that my old life may not even in shadow be renewed till after I have gone in quest of my father." "Be not over hasty in that quest," said the guest, "or the infidels may chance to gain 2 Freiherren instead of 1. Hast any designs?" Ebbo explained that he thought of making his way to Genoa to consult the merchant Gian Battista de Battista, whose description of the captive German noble had so strongly impressed Friedel. Ebbo knew the difference between Turks and Moors, but Friedel's impulse guided him, and he further thought that at Genoa he would learn the way to deal with either variety of infidel. Theurdank thought this a prudent course, since the Genoese had dealings both at Tripoli and Constantinople, and, moreover, the transfer was not impossible, since the 2 different hordes of Moslems trafficked among themselves when either had made an unusually successful razzia. "Shame," he broke out, "that these eastern locusts, these ravening hounds should prey unmolested on the fairest lands of the earth, and our German nobles lie here like swine, grunting and squealing over the plunder they grub up from one another, deaf to any summons from heaven or earth. Did not heaven's own voice speak in thunder this last year, even in November, hurling the mighty thunderbolt of Alsace, an ell long, weighing 215 pounds? Did I not cause it to be hung up in the church of Ensisheim, as a witness and warning of the plagues that hang over us? But no, nothing will quicken them from their sloth and drunkenness till the foe are at their doors. And if a man arise of different mould, with some heart for the knightly, the good, and the true, then they kill him for me. But thou, Adlerstein, this pious quest over, thou wilt return to me. Thou hast head to think, and heart to feel, for the shame and woe of this misguided land." "I trust so, my lord," said Ebbo. "Truly I have suffered bitterly for pursuing my own quarrel rather than the crusade." "I meant not thee," said Theurdank kindly. "Thy bridge is a benefit to me, as much as, or more than, ever it can be to thee. Dost thou Italian? There is something of Italy in thine eye." "My mother's mother was Italian, my lord, but she died so early that her language has not descended to my mother or myself." "Thou shouldst learn it. It will be pastime while thou art bedfast, and serve thee well in dealing with the Moslem. Moreover, I may have work for thee in Welschland. Books? I will send thee books. There is the whole chronicle of Karl the Great, and all his Palsgrafen, by Pulci and Boiardo, a brave count and gentleman himself, governor of Reggio, and worthy to sing of deeds of arms. So choice too as to the names of his heroes, that they say he caused his church bells to be rung when he had found one for Rodomonte, his infidel Hector. He has shown up Roland as a lovesick knight, though, which is out of all accord with Archbishop Turpin. Wilt have him? When we were together we used to love tales of chivalry. Ah, or wilt have the stern old Ghibelline Florentine, who explored the three realms of the departed? Deep lore and well nigh unsearchable is his, but I love him for the sake of his Beatrice, who guided him. May we find such guides in our day." "I have heard of him," said Ebbo. "If he will tell me where my Friedel walks in light, then, my lord, I would read him with all my heart. Or wouldst thou have rare Franciscus Petrarca? I wot thou art too young as yet for the yearnings of his sonnets, but their voice is sweet to the bereft heart." And he murmured over, in their melodious Italian flow, the lines on Lara's death. "Not pallid, but yet whiter than the snow by wind unstirred that on a hillside lies. Rest seemed as on a weary frame to grow, a gentle slumber pressed her lovely eyes. Ah," he added aloud to himself, "is it ever to me as though the poet had watched in that chamber at Ghent?" Such were the discourses of that morning, now on poetry and book lore, now admiration of the carvings that decked the room, now talk on grand architectural designs, or improvements in firearms, or the discussion of hunting adventures. There seemed nothing in art, life, or learning in which the versatile mind of Theurdank was not at home, or that did not end in some strange personal reminiscence of his own. All was so kind, so gracious and brilliant, that at first the interview was full of wondering delight to Ebbo, but latterly it became very fatiguing from the strain of attention, above all towards a guest who evidently knew that he was known, while not permitting such recognition to be avowed. Ebbo began to long for an interruption, but though he could see by the lightened sky that the weather had cleared up, it would have been impossible to have suggested to any guest that the way might now probably be open, and more especially to such a guest as this. Considerate as his visitor had been the night before, the pleasure of talk seemed to have done away with the remembrance of his host's weakness, till Ebbo so flagged that at last he was scarcely alive to more than the continued sound of the voice, and all the pain that for a while had been in abeyance seemed to have mastered him. But his guest, half reading his books, half discoursing, seemed too much immersed in his own plans, theories, and adventures, to mark the condition of his auditor. Interruption came at last, however. There was a sudden knock at the door at noon, and with scant ceremony Heinz entered, followed by 3 other of the men-at-arms, fully equipped. "Ha! What means this?" demanded Ebbo. "Peace, Sir Baron," said Heinz, advancing so as to place his large person between Ebbo's bed and the strange hunter. "You know nothing of it. We are not going to lose you as well as your brother, and we mean to see how this knight likes to serve as a hostage instead of opening the gates as a traitor spy. On him, Koppel! It is thy right." "Hands off, at your peril, villains!" exclaimed Ebbo, sitting up, and speaking in the steady, resolute voice that had so early rendered him thoroughly their master, but much perplexed and dismayed, and entirely unassisted by Theurdank, who stood looking on with almost a smile, as if diverted by his predicament. "By your leave, Herr Freiherr," said Heinz, putting his hand on his shoulder, "this is no concern of yours. While you cannot guard yourself or my lady, it is our part to do so. I tell you his minions are on their way to surprise the castle." Even as Heinz spoke, Christina came panting into the room, and hurrying to her son's side, said, "Sir Count, is this just? Is this honourable, thus to return my son's welcome in his helpless condition?" "Mother, are you likewise distracted?" exclaimed Ebbo. "What is all this madness?" "Alas, my son, it is no frenzy. There are armed men coming up the Eagle's Stairs on the one hand, and by the Gemsbach Pass on the other." "But not a hair of your head shall they hurt, lady," said Heinz. "This fellow's limbs shall be thrown to them over the battlements. On, Koppel!" "Off, Koppel!" thundered Ebbo. "Would you brand me with shame for ever? Were he all the Schlangenwalds in one, he should go as freely as he came. But he is no more Schlangenwald than I am." "He has deceived you, my lord," said Heinz. "My lady's own letter to Schlangenwald was in his chamber. 'Tis a treacherous disguise." "Fool that thou art," said Ebbo. "I know this gentleman well. I knew him at Ulm. Those who meet him here mean me no ill. Open the gates and receive them honourably. Mother, trust me, all is well. I know what I am saying." The men looked one upon another. Christina wrung her hands, uncertain whether her son were not under some strange, fatal deception. "My lord has his fancies," growled Koppel. "I'll not be balked out of my right of vengeance for his scruples. Will he swear that this fellow is what he calls himself?" "I swear," said Ebbo slowly, "that he is a true, loyal knight, well known to me." "Swear it distinctly, Sir Baron," said Heinz. "We have all too deep a debt of vengeance to let off any one who comes here lurking in the interest of our foe. Swear that this is Theurdank, or we send his head to greet his friends." Drops stood on Ebbo's brow, and his breath laboured as he felt his senses reeling, and his powers of defence for his guest failing him. Even should the stranger confess his name, the people of the castle might not believe him, and here he stood like one indifferent, evidently measuring how far his young host would go in his cause. "I cannot swear that his real name is Theurdank," said Ebbo, rallying his forces, "but this I swear, that he is neither friend nor fosterer of Schlangenwald, that I know him, and I had rather die than that the slightest indignity were offered him." Here, and with a great effort that terribly wrenched his wounded leg, he reached past Heinz and grasped his guest's hand, pulling him as near as he could. "Sir," he said, "if they try to lay hands on you, strike my death blow." A bugle horn was wound outside. The men stood daunted, Christina in extreme terror for her son, who lay gasping, breathless, but still clutching the stranger's hand. and with eyes of fire glaring on the mutinous warriors. Another bugle blast! Heinz was almost in the act of grappling with the silent foe, and Koppel cried as he raised his halbert, "Now or never!" but paused. "Never, so please you," said the strange guest. "What if your young lord could not forswear himself that my name is Theurdank? Are you foes to all the world save Theurdank?" "No masking," said Heinz sternly. "Tell your true name as an honest man, and we will judge whether you be friend or foe." "My name is a mouthful, as your master knows," said the guest slowly, looking with strangely amused eyes on the confused Landsknechts, who were trying to devour their rage. "I was baptized Maximilianus, Archduke of Austria by birth, by choice of the Germans, King of the Romans." "The Kaiser!" Christina dropped on her knee. The men-at-arms tumbled backwards. Ebbo pressed the hand he held to his lips, and fainted away. The bugle sounded for the third time. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of Dove in the Eagle's Nest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Dove in the Eagle's Nest by Charlotte Mary Yonge. Chapter 22. Slowly and painfully did Ebbo recover from his swoon, feeling as if the means of revival were rending him away from his brother. He was so completely spent that he was satisfied with a mere assurance that nothing was amiss, and presently dropped into a profound slumber, whence he awoke to find it still broad daylight, and his mother sitting by the side of his bed, all looking so much as it had done before the last 6 weeks, that his first inquiry was if all that had happened had been but a strange dream. His mother would scarcely answer till she had satisfied herself that his eye was clear, his voice steady, his hand cool, and that, as she said, that Kaiser had done him no harm. "Ah, then it was true! Where is he? Gone?" cried Ebbo, eagerly. "No, in the hall below, busy with letters they have brought him. Lie still, my boy, he has done thee quite enough damage for one day." "But, mother, what are you saying? Something disloyal, was it not?" "Well, Ebbo, I was very angry that he should have half killed you, when he could so easily have spoken one word. Heaven forgive me if I did wrong, but I could not help it." "Did he forgive you, mother?" said Ebbo, anxiously. "He? Oh, yes. To do him justice, he was greatly concerned, devised ways of restoring thee, and now has promised not to come near thee again without my leave," said the mother, quite as persuaded of her own rightful sway in her son's 6th chamber as ever Kunigunde had been of her dominion over the castle. "And is he displeased with me? Those cowardly vindictive rascals to fall on him and set me at naught? Before him, too!" exclaimed Ebbo, bitterly. "Nay, Ebbo, he thought thy part most gallant. I heard him say so, not only to me, but below stairs, both wise and true." "Thou didst know him, then?" "From the first glance of his princely eye, the first of his keen smiles. I had seen him disguised before. I thought you knew him too, mother. I never guessed that your mind was running on Schlangenwald when we talked at cross purposes last night." "Would that I had! But though I breathed no word openly, I encouraged Heinz's precautions. My boy, I could not help it. My heart would tremble for my only one, and I saw he could not be what he seemed." "And what doth he here? Who were the men who were advancing?" "They were the followers he had left at St. Ruprecht's, and likewise Master Schleiermacher and Sir Kasimir of Wildschloss. Ha!" "What, he had not told thee?" "No, he knew that I knew him, was at no pains to disguise himself, yet evidently meant me to treat him as a private knight. But what brought Wildschloss here?" "It seems," said Christina, "that, on the return from Carinthia, the Kaiser expressed his intention of slipping away from his army in his own strange fashion, and himself inquiring into the matter of the ford. So he took with him his own personal followers, the new Graf von Schlangenwald, Herr Casimir, and Master Schleiermacher. The others he sent to Schlangenwald. He himself lodged at St. Ruprecht's, appointing that Sir Kasimir should meet him there in the morning. From the convent he started on a chamois hunt, and made his way hither. But when the snow came on, and he returned not, his followers became uneasy, and came in search of him. "Ah," said Ebbo, "he meant to intercede for Wildschloss. It might be he would have tried his power. No, for that he is too generous. How looked Wildschloss, mother?" "How could I tell how any one looked, save thee, my poor wan boy? Thou art paler than ever. I cannot have any king or Kaiser of them all come to trouble thee." "Nay, motherling, there is much more trouble and unrest to me in not knowing how my king will treat us after such a requital. Prithee let him know that I am at his service." And after having fed and refreshed her patient, the gentle potentate of his chamber consented to intimate her consent to admit the invader. But not till after delay enough to fret the impatient nerves of illness did Maximilian appear, handing her in and saying, in the cheery voice that was one of his chief fascinations, "Yea, truly, fair dame, I know thou wouldst sooner trust Schlangenwald himself than me alone with thy charge. How goes it, my true knight?" "Well, right well, my liege," said Ebbo, "save for my shame and grief." "Thou art the last to be ashamed for that," said the good-natured prince. "Have I never seen my faithful vassals more bent on their own feuds than on my word? I who reign over a set of kings who brook no will but their own?" "And may we ask your pardon," said Ebbo, "not only for ourselves, but for the misguided men-at-arms? What! The gruesome giant that was prepared with the axe, and the honest lad that wanted to do his duty by his father? I honour that lad, Freiherr. I would enrol him in my guard, but that probably he is better off here than with Massimiliano Pochi Danari, as the Italians call me. But what I came hither to say was this," and he spoke gravely. "Thou art sincere in desiring reconciliation with the house of Schlangenwald?" "With all my heart," said Ebbo, "do I loathe the miserable depth of blood for blood." "And," said Maximilian, "Graf Dankwart is of like mind. Bred from pagedom in his Prussian commandery, he has never been exposed to the irritations that have fed the spirit of strife, and he will be thankful to lay it aside. The question next is how to solemnize this reconciliation, ere your retainers on one side or the other do something to set you by the ears together again. Which, judging by this morning's work, is not improbable." "Alas, no," said Ebbo, "while I am laid by." "Had you both been in our camp, you should have sworn friendship in my chapel. Now must Dankwart come hither to thee, as I trow he had best do, while I am here to keep the peace. See, friend Ebbo, we will have him here to-morrow. Thy chaplain shall deck the altar here, the father abbot shall say mass, and ye shall swear peace and brotherhood before me. And," he added, taking Ebbo's hand, "I shall know how to trust thine oaths as of one who sets the fear of God above that of his king." This was truly the only chance of impressing on the wild vassals of the two houses an obligation that perhaps might override their ancient hatred, and the Baron and his mother gladly submitted to the arrangement. Maximilian withdrew to give directions for summoning the persons required, and Christina was soon obliged to leave her son, for her influx of guests. Ebbo was alone till nearly the end of the supper below stairs. He had been dozing, when a cautious tread came up the turret steps, and he started, and called out, "Who goes there? I am not asleep." "It is your kinsman, Freiherr," said a well-known voice. "I come by your mother's leave." "Welcome, sir cousin," said Ebbo, holding out his hand. "You come to find everything changed." "I have knelt in the chapel," said Wildschloss gravely. "And he loved you better than I," said Ebbo. "Your jealousy of me was a providential thing, for which all may be thankful," said Wildschloss gravely. Yet it is no small thing to lose the hope of so many years. However, young Baron, I have grave matter for your consideration. Know you the service on which I am to be sent? The Kaiser deems that the Armenians or some of the Christian nations on the skirts of the Ottoman Empire might be made our allies and attack the Turk in his rear. I am chosen as this envoy, and shall sail so soon as I can make my way to Venice. I only knew of the appointment since I came hither, he having been led thereto by letters brought him this day, and mayhap by the downfall of my hopes. He was peremptory, as his mood is, and seemed to think it no small favour," added Wildschloss with some annoyance. "And meantime, what of my poor child?" "There she is in the cloister at Ulm, but an inheritance is a very millstone round the neck of an orphan maid. That insolent fellow Lassla von Trautbach hath already demanded to espouse the poor babe. He, a blood-stained, dicing, drunken rover, with whom I would not trust a dog that I loved. Yet my death would place her at the disposal of his father, who would give her at once to him. Nay, even his aunt, the abbess, will believe nothing against him, and hath even striven with me to have her betrothed at once. On the barest rumour of my death they will wed the poor little thing, and then woe to her, and woe to my vassals." "The king," suggested Ebbo, "surely she might be made his ward." "Young man," said Sir Kasimir, bending over him and speaking in an undertone, "he may well have won your heart. As friend, when one is at his side, none can be so winning or so sincere as he. But with all his brilliant gifts, he says truly of himself that he is a mere reckless huntsman. To-day, while I am with him, he would give me half Austria, or fight single-handed in my cause or Thekla's. Next month, when I am out of sight, comes Trautbach, just when his head is full of keeping the French out of Italy, or reforming the Church, or beating the Turk, or parcelling the Empire into circles, or maybe of a new touch-hole for a cannon, nay, of a flower-garden, or of walking into a lion's den. He just says, yea, well, to be rid of the opportunity. And all is over with my poor little maiden. Hair-brained and bewildered with schemes that he has been as Rhenish king, how will it be with him as Kaiser? Is it but of his wonted madness that he is here at all, when the Austrian states must be all astray for want of him? No, no, I would rather make a weathercock guardian to my daughter. You yourself are the only guard to whom I can safely entrust her." "My sword, as knight and kinsman," began Ebbo. "No, no, 'tis no matter of errant knight or distressed damsel. That is King Max's own line," said Wildschloss, with a little of the irony that used to nettle Ebbo. "There is only one way in which you can save her, and that is as her husband." Ebbo started, as well he might, but Sir Kasimir laid his hand on him with a gesture that bade him listen ere he spoke. "My first wish for my child," he said, "was to see her brought up by that peerless lady below stairs. The saints, in pity to one so like themselves, spared her the distress our union would have brought her. Now it would be vain to place my little Thekla in her care, for Trautbach would easily feign my death, and claim his niece, nor are you of age to be made her guardian as head of our house. But if this marriage rite was solemnized, then would her person and lands alike be yours, and I could leave her with an easy heart." "But," said the confused, surprised Ebbo, "what can I do? They say I shall not walk for many weeks to come, and even if I could, I am so young. I have so blundered in my dealings with my own mountaineers, and with this fatal bridge. How should I manage such estates as yours? Some better—" "Look you, Ebbo," said Wildschloss, "you have erred, you have been hasty, but tell me where to find another youth whose strongest purpose was as wise as your errors, or who cared for others' good more than for his own violence and vainglory. Brief as your time has been, one knows when one is on your bounds by the aspect of your serfs, the soundness of their dwellings, the prosperity of their crops and cattle above all, by their face and tone if one asks for their lord. Ah, it was Friedel they loved, they scarce knew me from Friedel. Such as you are, with all the blunders you have made and will make, You are the only youth I know to whom I could entrust my child or my lands. The old Wildschloss castle is a male fief, and would return to you, but there are domains since granted that would cause intolerable trouble and strife, unless you and my poor little heiress are united. As for age, you are 18 next Easter. Then there are scarce 11 years between you. You will find the little one a blooming bride when your first deeds in arms have been fought out." "And if my mother trains her up," said Ebbo, thoughtfully, "she will be all the better daughter to her." "But, sir cousin, you know I too must be going. So soon as I can brook the saddle, I must seek out and ransom my father." "That is like to be a far shorter and safer journey than mine. The Genoese and Venetians understand traffic with the infidels for their captives, and only by your own fault could you get into danger. Even at the worst, should mishap befall you, you could so order matters as to leave your girl widow in your mother's charge." "Then," added Ebbo, "she would still have one left to love and cherish her. Sir Kasimir, it is well; though if you knew me without my Friedel, you would repent of your bargain." "Thanks from my heart," said Wildschloss, "but you need not be concerned. You have never been over friendly with me, even with Friedel at your side. But to business, my son. You will endure that title from me now? My time is short." "What would you have me do? Shall I send the little one a betrothal ring, and ride to Ulm to wed and fetch her home in spring?" "That may hardly serve. These kinsmen would have seized on her and the castle long ere that time. The only safety is the making wedlock as fast as it can be made with a child of such tender years. Mine is the only power that can make the abbess give her up, and therefore will I ride this moonlight night to Ulm, bring the little one back with me by the time the reconciliation be concluded, and then shall ye be wed by the Abbot of St. Ruprecht's, with the Kaisar for a witness, and thus will the knot be too strong for the Trautbachs to untie." "That may hardly serve. These kinsmen—" Ebbo looked disconcerted, and gasped as if this were over-quick work. "To–morrow," he said, "knows my mother? I go to speak with her at once. The Kaisar's consent I have, as he says, if we have one vassal who has common sense and honesty, let us make the most of him. Ah, my son, I shall return to see you his counsellor and friend." Those days had no delicacy as to the lady's side taking the initiative, and in effect the wealth and power of Wildschloss so much exceeded those of the elder branch, that it would have been presumptuous on Eberhard's part to have made the proposal. It was more a treaty than an affair of hearts, and Sir Kasimir had not even gone through the form of inquiring of Ebbo were he fancy free. It was true, indeed, that he was still a boy, with no passion for any one but his mother. But had he even formed a dream of a lady–love, it would scarcely have been deemed a rational objection. The days of romance were no days of romance in marriage. Yet Christina, wedded herself for pure love, felt this obstacle strongly. The scheme was propounded to her over the hall fire by no less a person than Maximilian himself, and he, whose perceptions were extremely keen when he was not too much engrossed to use them, observed her reluctance through all her timid deference, and probed her reasons so successfully that she owned at last that, though it might sound like folly, she could scarce endure to see her son so bind himself that the romance of his life could hardly be innocent. "Nay, lady," was the answer in a tone of deep feeling, "neither lands nor honours can weigh down the upspringing of true love," and he bowed his head between his hands. Verily, all the Low Countries had not impeded the true–hearted affection of Maximilian and Mary, and though since her death his want of self–restraint had marred his personal character and morals, and though he was now on the point of concluding a most loveless political marriage, yet still Mary was, as he shows her as the Beatrice of both his strange autobiographical allegories, the guiding star of his fitful life, and in heart his fidelity was so unbroken, that when, after a long pause, he again looked up to Christina, he spoke as well understanding her feelings. "I know what you would say, lady. Your son hardly knows as yet how much is asked of him, and the little maid, to whom he vows his heart, is over young to secure it. But, lady, I have often observed that men whose family affections are as deep and fervent as your son's are for you and his brother, seldom have wandering passions, but that their love flows deep and steady in the channels prepared for it. Let your young Freiherr regard this damsel as his own, and you will see he will love her as much." "I trust so, my liege. Moreover, if she turn out like the spiteful Trautbach folk," said Maximilian, rather wickedly, "plenty of holes can be picked in a baby wedding." "No fear of its over firmness. I never saw one come to good, only he must keep firm hold on the lands." This was not easy to answer, coming from a prince who had no small experience in premature bridals coming to nothing. And Christina felt that the matter was taken out of her hands, and that she had no more to do but to enjoy the warm-hearted Kaiser's praises of her son. In fact, the general run of nobles were then so boorish and violent compared with the citizens, that a nobleman who possessed intellect, loyalty, and conscience was so valuable to the sovereign, that Maximilian was rejoiced to do all that either could bind him to his service or increase his power. The true history of the expedition on the Emperor's part was this, that he had consulted Casimir upon the question of the debatable ford, and the feud of Adlerstein and Schlangenwald, asking further how his friend had sped in the wooing of the fair widow, to which he remembered having given his consent at Ulm. Wildschloss replied that, though backed up by her kindred at Ulm, he had made no progress in consequence of the determined opposition of her two sons, and he had therefore resolved to wait a while, and let her and the young baron feel their inability to extricate themselves from the difficulties that were sure to beset them, without his authority, influence, and experience, fully believing that some predicament might arise that would bring the mother to terms, if not the sons. This disaster did seem to have fallen out, and he had meant at once to offer himself to the lady as her supporter and advocate, able to bring about all her son could desire, though he owned that his hopes would have been higher if the survivor had been the gentle, friendly Friedmund, rather than the hot and imperious Eberhard, who he knew must be brought very low ere his objections would be withdrawn. The touch of romance had quite fascinated Maximilian. He would see the lady and her son. He would make all things easy by the personal influence that he so well knew how to exert, backed by his imperial authority, and both should see the cause to be thankful to purchase consent to the bridge building, and pardon for the fray, by the marriage between the widow and Sir Kasimir. But the last of the knights was a gentleman, and the meek dignity of his hostess had hindered him from pressing on her any distasteful subject, until her son's explanation of the uncertainty of her husband's death had precluded all mention of his intention. Besides, Maximilian was himself greatly charmed by Ebbo's own qualities, partly perhaps as an intelligent auditor, but also by his good sense, high spirit, and, above all, by the ready and delicate tact that had both penetrated and respected the disguise. Moreover, Maximilian, though a faulty, was a devout man, and would appreciate the youth's unswerving truth under circumstances that did, in effect, imperil him more really than his guest. In this mood, Maximilian felt disposed to be rid to the very utmost of poor Sir Kasimir's unlucky attachment to a wedded lady, and receiving letters suggestive of the Eastern mission, instantly decided that it would only be doing as he would be done by instantly to order the disappointed suitor off to the utmost parts of the earth, where he would much have liked to go himself, save for the unlucky clog of all the realm of Germany. That Sir Kasimir had any tie to home he had for the moment entirely forgotten, and, had he remembered it, the knight was so eminently fitted to fulfil his purpose that it would hardly have been regarded. But when Wildschloss himself devised his little heiress's union with the head of the direct line, it was a most acceptable proposal to the Emperor, who set himself to forward it at once, out of policy, and as compensation to all parties. And so Christina's gentle remonstrance was passed by. Yet, with all her sense of the venture, it was thankworthy to look back on the trembling anxiety with which she had watched her boy's childhood, and all his temptations and perils, and compare her fears with his present position. His alliance courted, his wisdom honoured, the child of the proud contemned outlaw received as the favourite of the Emperor, and the valued ally of her own honoured burgher world. Yet he was still a mere lad. How would it be for the future? Would he be unspoiled? Yes, even as she already viewed one of her twins as a star on high. Nay, when kneeling in the chapel, her dazzling tears made stars of the glint of the light reflected in his bright helmet. Might she not trust that the other would yet run his course to and fro as the spark in the stubble? End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of Dove in the Eagle's Nest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dove in the Eagle's Nest by Charlotte Mary Yonge. Chapter 23. The Altar of Peace. No one could bear to waken the young baron till the sun had risen high enough to fall on his face and unclose his eyes. "Mother," ever his first word, "you have let me sleep too long." "Thou didst wake too long, I fear me." "I hoped you knew it not. Yes, my wound throbbed sore, and the wonders of the day whirled round my brain like the wild huntsman's chase." "And, cruel boy, thou didst not call to me." "What, with such a yesterday and such a morrow for you? While, chance what may, I can but lie still. I thought I must call, if I were still so wretched, when the last moonbeam faded, but, behold, sleep came, and therewith my Friedel sat by me, and has sung songs of peace ever since." "And hath lulled thee to content, dear son?" "Content as the echo of his voice and the fulfilment of his hope can make me," said Ebbo. And so Christina made her son ready for the day's solemnities, arraying him in a fine Holland shirt, with exquisite embroidery of her own on the collar and sleeves, and carefully disposing his long, glossy, dark brown hair so as to fall on his shoulders as he lay propped up by cushions. She would have thrown his crimson mantle round him, but he repelled it indignantly. "Gay braveries for me, while my Friedel is not yet in his resting place? Here, the black velvet cloak." "Alas, Ebbo, it makes thee look more of a corpse than a bridegroom. Thou wilt scare thy poor little spouse. Ah, it was not thus I had fancied myself decking thee for thy wedding." "Poor little one," said Ebbo, "if, as your uncle says, mourning is the seed of joy, this bridal should prove a gladsome one. But let her prove a loving child to you, and honour my Friedel's memory, then shall I love her well. Do not fear, motherling. With the roots of hatred and jealousy taken out of the heart, even sorrow is such peace that it is almost joy." It was over early for pain and sorrow to have taught that lesson, thought the mother, as with tender tears she gave place to the priest, who was to begin the solemnities of the day by shriving the young baron. It was Father Norbert, who had in this very chamber baptized the brothers, while their grandmother was plotting the destruction of their godfather, even while he gave Friedmund his name of peace. Father Norbert, who had from the very first encouraged the drooping, heart-stricken, solitary Christina not to be overcome of evil, but to overcome evil with good. A temporary altar was erected between the windows, and hung with the silk and embroidery belonging to that in the chapel. A crucifix was placed on it, with the shrine of the stone of Nicaea, one or two other relics brought on St. Ruprecht's cloister, and a beautiful mother of pearl and gold pyx, also from the abbey, containing the host. These were arranged by the chaplain, Father Norbert, and 3 of his brethren from the abbey. And then the Father Abbot, a kindly, dignified old man, who had long been on friendly terms with the young baron, entered, and after a few kind though serious words to him, assumed a gorgeous cope stiff with gold embroidery, and, standing by the altar, awaited the arrival of the other assistants at the ceremony. The slender, youthful-looking, pensive lady of the castle, in her wonted mourning dress, was courteously handed to her son's bedside by the Emperor. He was in his plain buff leathern hunting garb, unornamented, save by the rich clasp of his sword belt and his gold chain, and his head was only covered by the long silken locks of fair hair that hung round his shoulders. But, now that his large keen dark blue eyes were gravely restrained, and his eager face composed, his countenance was so majestic, his bearing so lofty, that not all his crowns could have better marked his dignity. Behind him came a sunburnt, hardy man, wearing the white mantle and black fleur-de-lis pointed cross of the Teutonic Order. A thrill passed through Ebbo's veins as he beheld the man, who to him represented the murderer of his brother and both his grandfathers, the cruel oppressor of his father, and the perpetrator of many a more remote, but equally unforgotten, injury. And in like manner Sir Dankwart beheld the actual slayer of his father, and the heir of a long score of deadly retribution. No wonder then that, while the Emperor spoke a few words of salutation and inquiry, gracious though not familiar, the two foes scanned one another with a shiver of mutual repulsing, and a sense that they would fain have fought it out as in the good old times. However, Ebbo only beheld a somewhat dull, heavy, honest-looking visage of about 30 years old, good nature written in all its flat German features, and a sort of puzzled wonder in the wide light eyes that stared fixedly at him, no doubt in amazement that the mighty huge-limbed Wolfgang should have been actually slain by the delicately framed youth, now more colourless than ever in consequence of the morning's fast. Schleiermacher was also present, and the chief followers on either hand had come into the lower part of the room, Hatto, Heinz, and Koppel, looking far from contented, some of the Emperor's suite, and a few attendants of Schlangenwald, like himself connected with the Teutonic Order. The Emperor spoke. "We have brought you together, Herr Graf von Schlangenwald and Herr Freiherr von Adlerstein, because ye have given us reason to believe you willing to lay aside the remembrance of the foul and deadly strifes of your forefathers, and to live as good Christians in friendship and brotherhood." "Sire, it is true," said Schlangenwald. And "It is true," said Ebbo. "That is well," replied Maximilian. "Nor can our reign better begin than by the closing of a breach that has cost the land some of its bravest sons. Dankwart von Schlangenwald, art thou willing to pardon the heir of Adlerstein for having slain thy father in free and honourable combat, as well as, doubtless, for other deeds of his ancestors, more than I know or can specify?" "Yea, truly, I pardon him, my liege, as befits my vow." "And thou, Eberhard von Adlerstein, dost thou put from thee vengeance for thy twin brother's death, and all the other wrongs that thine house has suffered?" "I put revenge from me for ever." "Ye agree further, then, instead of striving as for your rights to the piece of meadow called the Debatable Strand, and to the wrecks of burthens there cast up by the stream, ye will unite with the citizens of Ulm in building a bridge over the Braunwasser, where, your mutual portions thereof being decided by the Swabian League, toll may be taken from all vehicles and beasts passing there over?" "We agree," said both knights. "And I also, on behalf of the two guilds of Ulm," added Moritz Schleiermacher. "Likewise," continued the Emperor, "for avoidance of debate, and to consecrate the spot that has caused so much contention, ye will jointly erect a church, where may be buried both the relatives who fell in the late unhappy skirmish, and where ye will endow a perpetual mass for their souls, and those of others of your two races." "Thereto I willingly agree," said the Teutonic knight. But to Ebbo it was a shock that the pure, gentle Friedmund should thus be classed with his treacherous assassin; and he had almost declared that it would be sacrilege, when he received from the Emperor a look of stern, surprised command, which reminded him that concession must not be all on one side, and that he should not do Friedel a greater wrong than to make him a cause of strife. So, though they half choked him, he contrived to utter the words, I consent. And in token of amity I here tear up and burn all the feuds of Adlerstein, said Schlangenwald, produced from his pouch a collection of hostile literature, beginning from a crumpled strip of yellow parchment and ending with a coarse paper missive in the clerkly hand of burger-bred Hugh Sorel, and bearing the crooked signatures of the last 2 Eberhards of Adlerstein, all with great seals of the eagle shield appended to them. A similar collection, which, with 1 or 2 other family defiances, and the letters of investiture recently obtained at Ulm, formed the whole archives of Adlerstein, had been prepared within Ebbo's reach, and each of the 2, taking up a dagger, made extensive gashes in these documents, and then, with no mercy to the future antiquaries, who would have gloated over them, the whole were hurled into the frames on the hearth, where the odor they emitted, if not grateful to the physical sense, should have been highly agreeable to the moral. "Then, holy Father Abbot," said Maximilian, "let us ratify this happy and Christian reconciliation by the blessed sacrifice of peace, over which these 2 faithful knights shall unite in swearing good will and brotherhood." Such solemn reconciliations were frequent, but, alas, were too often a mockery. Here, however, both parties were men who felt the awe of the promise made before the pardon winner of all mankind. Ebbo, bred up by his mother in the true life of the Church, and comparatively apart from practical superstitions, felt the import to the depths of his inmost soul, with a force heightened by his bodily state of nervous impressibility; and his wan, wasted features and dark shining eyes had a strange spiritual beam, half passion and half awe, as he followed the words of universal forgiveness and lofty praise that he had heard last in his anguished trance, when his brother lay dying beside him, and leaving him behind. He knew now that it was for this. His deep repressed ardor and excitement were no small contrast to the sober, matter-of-fact demeanor of the Teutonic knight, who comported himself with the mechanical decorum of an ecclesiastic, but quite as one who meant to keep his word. Maximilian served the mass in his royal character as subdeacon. He was fond of so doing, either from humility or love of incongruity, or both. No one, however, communicated except the clergy and the parties concerned, Dankwart first, as being monk as well as knight, then Eberhard and his mother, and then followed, interposed into the rite, the oath of pardon, friendship, and brotherhood administered by the abbot, and followed by the solemn kiss of peace. There was now no recoil. Eberhard raised himself to meet the lips of his foe, and his heart went with the embrace. Nay, his inward ear dwelt on Friedmund's song mingling with the concluding chants of praise. The service ended, it was part of the pledge of amity that the reconciled enemies should break their fast together, and a collation of white bread and wine was provided for the purpose. The emperor tried to promote free and friendly talk between the 2 adversaries, but not with great success, for Dankwart, though honest and sincere, seemed extremely dull. He appeared to have few ideas beyond his Prussian commandery and its routine discipline, and to be lost in a castle where all was at his sole will and disposal, and he caught eagerly at all proposals made to him as if they were new lights; as, for instance, that some impartial arbitrator should be demanded from the Swabian League to define the boundary, and that next rogation tide the 2 knights should ride or climb it in company, while meantime the serfs should be strictly charged not to trespass, and any transgressor should be immediately escorted to his own lord. "But," quoth Sir Dankwart, in a most serious tone, "I am told that a she-bear wons in a den on yonder crag, between the pass you call the Gemsbock's and the Schlangenwald valley. They told me the right in it had never been decided, and I have not been up myself. To say truth, I have lived so long in the sand plains as to have lost my mountain legs, and I hesitated to see if a hunter could mount hither for fear of fresh offence. But if she bide there till rogation tide, it will be ill for the lambs." "Is that all?" cried Maximilian. Then will I, a neutral, kill your bear for you, gentlemen, so that neither need transgress this new crag of debate. I'll go down and look at your bear spears, friend Ebbo, and be ready so soon as Casimir has done with his bridle." "That crag!" cried Ebbo. "Little good will it do either of us. Sir, it is a mere wall of sloping rock, slippery as ice, and with only a stone or matting of ivy here and there to serve as foothold." "Where bear can go, man can go," replied the Kaiser. "Oh yes, we have been there, craving your pardon, Herr Graf," said Ebbo, "after a dead chamois that rolled into a cleft. But it is the worst crag in all the hill, and the frost will make it slippery. Sire, if you do venture it, I conjure you to take Koppel, and climb by the rocks from the left, not the right, which looks easiest. The yellow rock, with a face like a man's, is the safer. But ach, it is fearful for one who knows not the rocks." "If I know not the rocks, all true German rocks know me," smiled Maximilian, to whom the danger seemed to be such a stimulus that he began to propose the bear hunt immediately, as an interlude while waiting for the bride. However, at that moment, half a dozen horsemen were seen coming up from the ford, by the nearer path, and a forerunner arrived with the tidings that the Baron of Adlerstein Wildschloss was close behind with the little Baroness Thekla. Half the moonlight night had Sir Casimir and his escort ridden, and after a brief sleep at the nearest inn outside Ulm, he had entered in early morning, demanded admittance at the convent, made short work with the abbess Ludmilla's arguments, claimed his daughter, and placing her on a cushion before him on the saddle, had borne her away, telling her of freedom, of the kind lady, and the young knight who had dazzled her childish fancy. Christina went down to receive her. There was no time to lose, for the huntsman Kaiser was bent on the slaughter of his bear before dark, and if he were to be a witness of the wedding, it must be immediate. He was in a state of much impatience, which he beguiled by teasing his friend Wildschloss by reminding him how often he himself had been betrothed, and had managed to slip his neck out of the noose. "And if my Margot be not soon back on my hands, I shall give the French credit," he said, tossing his bear spear in the air and catching it again. "Why, this bride is as long of busking her as if she were a beauty of 17. I must be off to my lady bearess." Thus nothing could be done to prepare the little maiden but to divest her of her mufflings, and comb out her flaxen hair, crowning it with a wreath which Christina had already woven from the myrtle of her own girlhood, scarcely waiting to answer the bewildered queries and entreaties, save by caresses and admonitions to her to be very good. Poor little thing! She was tired, frightened, and confused, and when she had been brought upstairs, she answered the half-smiling, half-shy greeting of her bridegroom with a shudder of alarm, and the exclamation, "Where is the beautiful young knight? That's a lady going to take the veil lying under the pall." "You look rather like a little nun yourself," said Ebbo, for she wore a little conventual dress, "but we must take each other for such as we are." And, as she hid her face and clung to his mother, he added in a more cheerful, coaxing tone, "You once said you would be my wife." "Ah, but then there were two of you, and you were all shining bright." Before she could be answered, the impatient Emperor returned, and brought with him the abbot, who proceeded to find the place in his book, and to ask the bridegroom for the rings. Ebbo looked at Sir Casimir, who owned that he should have brought them from Ulm, but that he had forgotten. "Jewels are not plenty with us," said Ebbo, with a glow of amusement and confusion dawning on his cheek, such as reassured the little maid that she beheld one of the two beautiful young knights. "Must we borrow?" Christina looked at the ring she had first seen lying on her own Eberhard's palm, and felt as if to let it be used would sever the renewed hope she scarcely yet durst entertain. And at the same moment Maximilian glanced at his own fingers, and muttered, "None but this! Unlucky!" For it was the very diamond which Mary of Burgundy had sent to assure him of her faith, and summon him to her aid after her father's death. Sir Kasimir had not retained the pledge of his own ill-omened wedlock, but, in the midst of the dilemma, the Emperor, producing his dagger, began to detach some of the massive gold links of the chain that supported his hunting horn. "There," said he, "the little elf of a bride can get her finger into this lesser one, and you, verily this largest will fit, and the goldsmith can beat it out when needed. So on with you in St. Hubert's name, Father Abbot." Slender-boned and thin as was Ebbo's hand, it was a very tight fit, but the purpose was served. The service commenced, and fortunately, thanks to Thekla's conventual education, she was awed into silence and decorum by the sound of Latin and the sight of an abbot. It was a strange marriage, if only in the contrast between the pale, expressive face and sad dark eyes of the prostrate youth, and the frightened, bewildered little girl, standing upon a stool to reach up to him, with her blue eyes stretched with wonder, and her cheeks flushed and pouting with unshed tears, her rosy plump hand enclosed in the long white-waisted one that was thus for ever united to it by the broken fragments of Kaiser Max's chain. The rite over, 2 attestations of the marriage of Eberhard, Freiherr von Adlerstein, and Thekla, Freiherrin von Adlerstein-Wildschloss, and Felsenbach, were drawn up and signed by the abbot, the emperor, Count Dankwart, and the father and mother of the 2 contracting parties, one to be committed to the care of the abbot, the other to be preserved by the house of Adlerstein. Then the emperor, as the concluding grace of the ceremonial, bent to kiss the bride; but, tired, terrified, and cross, Thekla, as if quite relieved to have some object of her resentment, returned his attempt with a vehement buffet, struck with all the force of her small arm, crying out, "Go away with you! I know I've never married you!" "The better for my eyes," said the good-natured emperor, laughing heartily. "My lady Bearess is like to prove the more courteous bride. Fare thee well, sir bridegroom," he added, stooping over Ebbo and kissing his brow. "Heaven give thee joy of this day's work, and of thy faithful little Fury. I'll send her the bearskin as her meetest wedding gift." And the next that was heard from the Kaiser was the arrival of a parcel of Italian books for the Freiherr Eberhard, and for the little Freiherrin a large bundle, which proved to contain a softly dressed bearskin, with the head on, the eyes being made of rubies, a gold muzzle and chain on the nose, and the claws tipped with gold. The Emperor had made a point that it should be conveyed to the castle, snow or no snow, for a Yule gift. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of Dove in the Eagle's Nest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Dove in the Eagle's Nest by Charlotte Mary Young. Chapter 24. Old Iron and New Steel. The clear sunshine of early summer was becoming low on the hillsides. Sparkling and dimpling, the clear amber-coloured stream of the Braunwasser rippled along its stony bed, winding in and out among the rocks so humbly that it seemed to be mocked by the wide span of the arch that crossed it in all the might of massive bulwarks, and dignified masonry of huge stones. Some way above, a clearing of the wood below the mountain showed huts, and labourers apparently constructing a mill so as to take advantage of the leap of the water from the height above; and on the left bank an enclosure was traced out, within which were rising the walls of a small church, while the noise of the mallet and chisel echoed back from the mountain-side, and masons, white with stone dust, swarmed around. Across the bridge came a pilgrim, marked out as such by hat, wallet, and long staff, on which he leant heavily, stumbling along as if both halting and footsore, and bending as one bowed down by past toil and present fatigue. Pausing in the centre, he gazed round with a strange, disconcerted air. At the castle on the terraced hillside, looking down with bright eyes of glass glittering in the sunshine, and lighting up even that grim old pile. At the banner hanging so lazily that the tinctures and bearings were hidden in the folds. Then at the crags, rosy purple in evening glow, rising in broad step above step up to the red Erie, bathed in sunset majesty of dark crimson. And above it the sweep of the descending eagle, discernible for a moment in the pearly light of the sky. The pilgrim's eye lighted up as he watched it, but then, looking down at bridge and church and trodden wheel-tracked path, he frowned with perplexity, and each painful step grew heavier and more uncertain. Near the opposite side of the enclosure there waited a tall, rugged-looking, elderly man with 2 horses, one an aged mare, mane, tail, and all of the snowiest silvery white, the other a little shaggy dark mountain pony with a pad saddle. And close to the bank of the stream might be seen its owner, a little girl of some 7 years, whose tight round lace cap had slipped back, as well as her blue silk hood, and exposed a profusion of loose flaxen hair, and a plump innocent face, intent upon some private little bit of building of her own, with some pebbles from the brook, and some mortar filched from the operations above, to the great detriment of her soft pinky fingers. The pilgrim looked at her unperceived, and for a moment was about to address her, but then, with a strange air of repulsion, dragged himself on to the porch of the rising church, where, seated on a block of stone, he could look into the interior. All was unfinished, but the portion which had made the most progress was a chantry chapel, opposite to the porch, and containing what were evidently designed to be 2 monuments. One was merely blocked out, but it showed the outline of a warrior, bearing a shield on which a coiled serpent was rudely sketched in red chalk. The other, in a much more forward state, was actually under the hands of the sculptor, and represented a slender youth, almost a boy, though in the full armour of a knight. His hands clasped on his breast over a lute, an eagle on his shield, an eagle crest on his helmet, and, under the arcade supporting the altar tomb, shields alternately of eagles and doves. But the strangest thing was that this young knight seemed to be sitting for his own effigy. The very same face under the very same helmet, only with the varied warm hues of life instead of in cold white marble, was to be seen on the shoulders of a young man in a grey cloth dress, with a black scarf passing from shoulder to waist, crossed by a sword belt. The hair was hidden by the helmet, whose raised visor showed keen, finely cut features, and a pair of dark brown eyes, of somewhat grave and sad expression. "Have a care, Lucas," he presently said. "I fear me you are chiselling away too much. It must be a softer, more rounded face than mine has become, and, above all, let it not catch any saddened look. Keep that air of solemn waiting in glad hope, as though he saw the dawn through his closed eyelids, and were about to take up his song again." "Verily, Herr Freiherr, now the likeness is so far forward, the actual sight of you may lead me to mar it rather than mend. So it is well that this should be the last sitting. I am to set forth for Genoa in another week. If I cannot get letters from the Kaiser, I shall go in search of him, that he may see that my lameness is no more an impediment." The pilgrim passed his hand over his face, as though to dissipate a bewildering dream, and just then the little girl, all flushed and dabbled, flew rushing up from the stream, but came to a sudden standstill at the sight of the stranger, who, at length, addressed her. "Little lady," he said, "is this the Debatable Ford?" "No, now it is the Friendly Bridge," said the child. The pilgrim started, as with a pang of recollection. "And what is yonder castle?" he further asked. "Schloss Adlerstein," she said proudly. "And you are the little lady of Adlerstein Wildschloss?" "Yes," again she answered. And then, gathering courage, "You are a holy pilgrim. Come up to the castle for supper and rest." and then, springing past him, she flew up to the knight, crying, "Herr Freiherr, here is a holy pilgrim, weary and hungry. Let us take him home to the mother." "Did he take thee for a wild elf?" said the young man, with an elder brotherly endeavour to right the little cap that had slidden under the chin, and to push back the unmanageable wealth of hair under it, ere he rose. And he came forward and spoke with kind courtesy as he observed the wanderer's worn air and feeble step. "Dost need a night's lodging, holy palmer? My mother will make thee welcome, if thou canst climb as high as the castle yonder." The pilgrim made an obeisance, but instead of answering, demanded hastily, "See I yonder the bearing of Schlangenwald?" "Even so. Schloss Schlangenwald is about a league further on, and thou wilt find a kind reception there, if thither thou art bent." "Is that Graf Wolfgang's tomb?" still eagerly pursued the pilgrim, and receiving a sign in the affirmative. "What was his end?" "He fell in a skirmish." "By whose hand?" "By mine." "Ha!" and the pilgrim surveyed him with undisguised astonishment, then, without another word, took up his staff and limped out of the building, but not on the road to Schlangenwald. It was nearly a quarter of an hour afterwards that he was overtaken by the young knight and the little lady on their horses, just where the new road to the castle parted from the old way by the Eagle's Ladder. The knight reined up as he saw the poor man's slow, painful steps, and said, "So thou art not bound for Schlangenwald?" "I would to the village, so please you, to the shrine of the blessed Friedmund." "Nay, at this rate thou wilt not be there till midnight," said the young knight, springing off his horse. "Thou canst never brook our sharp stones. See, Thekla, do thou ride on with Heinz to tell the mother I am bringing her a holy pilgrim to tend. And thou, good man, mount my old grey. Fear not, she is steady and sure-footed, and hath of late been used to a lame rider. Ah, that is well. Thou hast been in the saddle before." To go afoot for the sake of giving a lift to a holy wayfarer was one of the most esteemed acts of piety in the Middle Ages, so that no one durst object to it, and the palmer did no more than utter a suppressed murmur of acknowledgment as he seated himself on horseback, the young knight walking by his rein. "But what is this?" he exclaimed, almost with dismay. "A road to the castle up here?" "Yes, we find it a great convenience. Thou art surely from these parts?" added the knight. "I was a man-at-arms in the service of the Baron," was the answer in an odd, muffled tone. "What, of my grandfather?" was the exclamation. "No," gruffly, "of old Freiherr Eberhard. Not of any of the Wildschloss crew." "But I am not a Wildschloss. I am grandson to Freiherr Eberhard. Oh, wast thou with him and my father when they were set upon in the hostel?" he cried, looking eagerly up to the pilgrim. But the man kept his broad-leaved hat slouched over his face, and only muttered, "The son of Christina." The last word so low that Ebbo was not sure that he caught it, and the next moment the old warrior exclaimed exultingly, "And you have had vengeance on them? When? How? Where?" "Last harvest-tide, at the Debatable Strand," said Ebbo, never able to speak of the encounter without a weight at his heart, but drawn on by the earnestness of the old foe of Schlangenwald. "It was a meeting in full career, lances broken, sword-stroke on either hand. I was sore wounded, but my sword went through his collarbone." "Well struck! Good stroke!" cried the pilgrim in rapture. "And with that sword?" "With this sword. Didst know it?" said Ebbo, drawing the weapon and giving it to the old man, who held it for a few moments, weighed it affectionately, and with a long low sigh restored it, saying, "It is well. You and that blade have paid off the score. I should be content. Let me dismount. I know my way to the hermitage." "Nay, what is this?" said Ebbo. "Thou must have rest and food. The hermitage is empty, scarce habitable. My mother will not be balked of the care of thy bleeding feet. But let me go, ere I bring evil on you all. I can pray up there, and save my soul, but I cannot see it all." "See what?" said Ebbo, again trying to see his guest's face. There may be changes, but an old faithful follower of my father's must ever be welcome." "Not when his wife has taken a new lord," growled the stranger, bitterly, "and he a Wildschloss. Young man, I could have pardoned aught else." "I know not who you may be, who talk of pardoning my lady mother," said Ebbo, "but new lord she has neither taken nor will take. She has refused every offer, and now that Schlangenwald with his last breath confessed that he slew not my father, but sold him to the Turks, I have been only awaiting recovery from my wound to go in search of him." "Who then is yonder child, who told me she was Wildschloss?" "That child," said Ebbo, with half a smile and half a blush, "is my wife, the daughter of Wildschloss, who prayed me to espouse her thus early, that so my mother might bring her up." By this time they had reached the castle court, now a well-kept, lordly-looking enclosure, where the pilgrim looked about him as one bewildered. He was so infirm that Ebbo carefully helped him up the stone stairs to the hall, where he already saw his mother prepared for the hospitable reception of the palmer. Leaving him at the entrance, Ebbo crossed the hall to say to her in a low voice, "This pilgrim is one of the old Landsknechts of my grandfather's time. I wonder whether you or Heinz will know him. One of the old sort, supremely discontented at change." "And thou hast walked up and wearied thyself?" exclaimed Christina, grieved to see her son's halting step. "A rest will soon cure that," said Ebbo, seating himself as he spoke on a settle near the hall fire. But the next moment a strange, wild, low shriek from his mother made him start up, and spring to her side. She stood with hands clasped and wondering eyes. The pilgrim, his hat on the ground, his white head and rugged face displayed, was gazing as though devouring her with his eyes, murmuring, "Unchanged, unchanged." "What is this?" thundered the young baron. "What are you doing to the lady?" "Hush, hush, Ebbo!" exclaimed Christina. "It is thy father! On thy knees! Thy father is come!" "It is our son, my own lord. Oh, embrace him! Kneel to him, Ebbo!" she wildly cried. "Hold, mother!" said Ebbo, keeping his arm round her, though she struggled against him, for he felt some doubts as he looked back at his walk with the stranger, and remembered Heinz's want of recognition. "Is it certain that this is indeed my father?" "Oh, Ebbo!" was the cry of poor Christina, almost beside herself. "How could I not be sure? I know him, I feel it. Oh, my lord, bear with him. It is his wont to be so loving. Ebbo, cannot you see it is himself?" "The young fellow is right," said the stranger, slowly. "I will answer all he may demand." "Forgive me," said Ebbo, abashed. "Forgive me." And as his mother broke from him, he fell upon his knee, but he only heard his father cry, "Ah, Stine, Stine, thou alone art the same!" and looking up, saw her, with her face hidden in the white beard, quivering with a rapture such as he had never seen in her before. It seemed long to him ere she looked up again in her husband's face to sob on, "My son! Oh, my beautiful twins! Our son! Oh, see him, dear lord!" And the pilgrim turned to hear Ebbo's "Pardon, honoured father, and your blessing." Almost bashfully the pilgrim laid his hand on the dark head and murmured something, then said, "Up then! The slayer of Schlangenwald kneeling! Ah, Stine, I knew thy little head was wondrous wise, but I little thought thou wouldst breed him up to avenge us on old Wolfgang. So slender a lad too! Ha, Schneiderlein, old rogue, I knew thee!" holding out his hand. "So thou didst get home safe?" "Ay, my lord, though if I left you alive, never more will I call a man dead," said Heinz. "Worse luck for me, till now," said Sir Eberhard, whose tones rather than his looks carried perfect conviction of his identity. It was the old homely accent, the gruff, good-humoured voice, but with something subdued and broken in the tone. His features had grown like his father's, but he looked much older than ever the hale old mountaineer had done, or than his real age. So worn and lined was his face, his skin tanned, his eyelids and temples puckered by burning sun, his hair and beard white as the mane of his old mare, the proud Adlerstein port entirely gone. He stooped even more without his staff than with it, and when he yielded himself with a sigh of repose to his wife's tendance, she found that he had not merely the ordinary hurts of travelling, but that there were old festering scars on his ankles. "The gyves," he said, as she looked up at him with startled pitying eyes, "little deemed I that they would ever come under thy tender hands," as he almost timidly smoothed the braid of dark hair on her brow. "So they never burnt thee for a witch after all, little one. I thought my mother would never keep her hands off thee, and used to fancy I heard the crackling of the flame." "She spared me for my children's sake," said Christina, "and truly Heaven has been very good to us, but never so much as now. My dear lord, will it weary thee too much to come to the castle chapel and give thanks?" she said timidly. "With all my heart," he answered earnestly. "I would go even on my knees. We were not without masses even in Tunis, but when Italian and Spaniard would be ransomed, and there was no mind of the German, I little thought I should ever sing Brother Lambert's psalm about turning our captivity as rivers in the south." Ebbo was hovering round, supplying all that was needed for his father's comfort, but his parents were so completely absorbed in one another that he was scarcely noticed, and, what perhaps pained him more, there was no word about Friedel. He felt this almost an injustice to the brother who had been foremost in embracing the idea of the unknown father, and scarcely understood how his parents shrank from any sorrowful thought that might break in on their new-found joy, nor that he himself was so strange and new a being in his father's eyes, that to imagine him doubled was hardly possible to the tardy, dulled capacity, which as yet seemed unable to feel anything but that here was home and Christina. When the chapel bell rang, and the pair rose to offer their thanksgiving, Ebbo dutifully offered his support, but was absolutely unseen, so fondly was Sir Eberhard leaning on his wife, and her bright exulting smile and shake of the head gave an absolute pang to the son who had hitherto been all in all to her. He followed, and as they passed Friedmund's coffin, he thought his mother pointed to it, but even of this he was uncertain. The pair knelt side by side with hands locked together, while notes of praise rose from all voices. And meantime Ebbo, close to that coffin, strove to share the joy, and to lift up a heart that would sink in the midst of self-reproach for undutifulness, and would dislike the thought of the rude, untaught man, holding aloof from him, likely to view him with distrust and jealousy, and to undo all he had achieved, and further absorbing the mother who was to him all the world, and for whose sake he had given his best years to the child wife as yet nothing to him. It was reversing the natural order of things that, after reigning from infancy, he should have to give up at 18 to one of the last generation, and some such thought rankled in his mind, when the whole household trooped joyfully out of the chapel to prepare a banquet for their old new lord, and their young old lord was left alone. Alone with the coffin where the armour lay upon the white cross, Ebbo threw himself on his knees and laid his head upon it, murmuring, "Ah, Friedel, Friedel, would that we had changed places, thou wouldst brook it better. At least thou didst never know what it is to be lonely." "Herr Baron," said a little voice. His first movement was impatient. Thekla was apt to pursue him wherever he did not want her. But here he had least expected her, for she had a great fear of that coffin, and could hardly be brought to the chapel at prayer times, when she generally occupied herself with fancies that the empty helmet glared at her. But now Ebbo saw her standing as near as she durst, with a sweet wistfulness in her eyes, such as he had never seen there before. "What is it, Thekla?" he said. "Art sent to call me?" "No, only I saw that you stayed here all alone," she said, clasping her hands. Must I not be alone, child? He said bitterly. Here lies my brother. My mother has her husband again. But you have me, cried Thekla, and, as he looked up between amusement and melancholy, he met such a loving, eager little face that he could not help holding out his arms and letting her cling to him. Indeed, she said, I'll never be afraid of the helmet again, if only you will not lay down your head there and say you are alone. Never, Thekla, while you are my little wife, said he, and, child as she was, there was a strange solace to his heart in the eyes that, once vacant and wondering, had now gained a look of love and intelligence. What are you going to do? She said, shuddering a little, as he rose and laid his hand on Friedel's sword. To make thee gird on thine own knight's sword, said Ebbo, unbuckling that which he had so long worn. Friedel, he added, thou wouldst give me thine. Let me take up thy temper with it, thine open-hearted love and humility. He guided Thekla's happy little fingers to the fastening of the belt, and then, laying his hand on hers, said gravely, Thekla, never speak of what I said just now, not even to the mother. Remember, it is thy husband's first secret. And feeling no longer solitary when his hand was in the clasp of hers, he returned to the hall, where his father was installed in the baronial chair, in which Ebbo had been at home from babyhood. His mother's exclamation showed that her son had been wanting to her, and she looked fuller than ever of bliss when Ebbo gravely stood before his father, and presented him with the good old sword that he had sent to his unborn son. You are like to use it more than I. Nay, you have used it to some purpose, said he. Yet must I keep mine old comrade at least a little while. Wife, son, sword, should make one feel the same man again, but it is all too wonderful. All that evening, and long after, his hand from time to time sought the hilt of his sword, as if that touch above all proved to him that he was again a free noble in his own castle. The story he told was thus. The swoon in which Heinz had left him had probably saved his life by checking the gush of blood, and he had known no more till he found himself in a rough cart among corpses. At Schlangenwald's castle he had been found still breathing, and had been flung into a dungeon, where he lay unattended, for how long he never knew, since all the early part of the time was lost in the clouds of fever. On coarse fare and scanty drink, in that dark vault, he had struggled by sheer obstinacy of vitality into recovery. In the very height of midsummer alone did the sun peep through the grating of his cell, and he had newly hailed this cheerful visitor when he was roughly summoned. Placed on horseback, with eyes and hands bound, and only allowed sight again to find himself among a herd of his fellow Germans in the Turkish camp. They were the prisoners of the terrible Turkish raid of 1475, when Georg von Schenk and 14 other noblemen of Austria and Styria were all taken in one unhappy fight, and dragged away into captivity, with hundreds of lower rank. To Sir Eberhard the change had been greatly for the better. The Turk had treated him much better than the Christian, and walking in the open air, chained to a German comrade, was far pleasanter than pining in his lonely dungeon. At Adrianople an offer had been made to each of the captives, if they would become Muslims, of entering the Ottoman service as Spahis. But with one voice they had refused, and had then been drafted into different divisions. The 15 nobles who had been offered for ransom were taken to Constantinople to await its arrival, and they had promised Sir Eberhard to publish his fate on their return to their homes. And though he knew the family resources too well to have many hopes, he was rather hurt to find that their promise had been unfulfilled. Alas, they had no opportunity, said Ebbo. Gulden was scarce, or were all in Kaiser Friedrich's great chest. The ransoms could not be raised, and all died in captivity. I heard about it when I was at Worms last month. The boy at Worms? Almost gasped Sir Eberhard in amaze. I had to be there about matters concerning the Wildschloss lands and the bridge, said Ebbo, and both Dankwart von Schlangenwald and I made special inquiries about that company in case you should have shared their fate. I hoped to have set forth at that time, but the Kaiser said I was still too lame, and refused me license, or letters to the Sultan." "You would not have found me," said his father, narrating how he with a large troop of captives had been driven down to the coast, where they were transferred to a Moorish slave dealer, who shipped them off for Tunis. Here, after the first taste of the miseries of sea life, the alternative of Islam or slavery was again put before them. "And by the Holy Stone of Nicaea," said Sir Eberhard, "I thought by that time that the infidels had the advantage of us in good will and friendliness. But when they told me women had no souls at all, no more than a horse or dog, I knew it was but an empty dream of a religion. For did I not know that my little Ermentrude and thou, Stine, had finer, clearer, wiser souls than ever a man I had known? Nay, nay, quoth I, I'll cast in my lot where I may meet my wife hereafter, should I never see her here." He had then been allotted to a corsair, and had thenceforth been chained to the bench of rowers, between the two decks, where, in stifling heat and stench, in storm or calm, healthy or diseased, the wretched oarsmen were compelled to play the part of machinery in propelling the vessel, in order to capture Christian ships, making exertions to which only the perpetual lash of the galley-master could have urged their exhausted frames, often not desisting for 20 or 30 hours, and rowing still while sustenance was put into their mouths by their drivers. Many a man drew his last breath with his last stroke, and was at the first leisure moment hurled into the waves. It was the description that had so deeply moved Friedel long ago, and Christina wept over it, as she looked at the bowed form once so proud and free, and thought of the unhealed scars. But there, her husband added, he had been chained next to a holy friar of German blood, like himself a captive of the great Styrian raid, and, while some blasphemed in their misery, or wildly chid their patron saints, this good man strove to show that all was to work out good. He had a pious saying for all that befell, and adored the will of God in thus purifying him. And if it were thus with a saint like him, I thought, what must it be with a rough, freebooting, godless sinner such as I have been? See, he took out a rosary of strung bladders of seaweed. That is what he left me when he died, and what I meant to have been telling for ever up in the hermitage." "He died then?" "Ay, he died on the shore of Corsica, while most of the dogs were off harrying a village inland, and we had a sort of respite, or I trow he would have rowed till his last gasp. How he prayed for the poor wretches they were gone to attack, ay, and for all of us, for me also. There's enough of it. Such talk skills not now." It was plain that Sir Eberhard had learnt more Christianity in the hold of his Moorish pirate ship than ever in the Holy Roman Empire, and a weight was lifted off his son's mind by finding that he had vowed never to return to a life of violence, even though fancying a life of penance in a hermitage the only alternative. Ebbo asked if the Genoese merchant, Ser Giambattista dei Battiste, had indeed been one of his fellow captives. "Ha! What?" And on the repetition, "Truly I knew him, Merchant Gian as we used to call him, but you twang off his name as they speak it in his own stately city." Christina smiled. Ebbo learnt the Italian tongue this winter from our chaplain, who had studied at Bologna. He was told it would aid in his quest of you. "Tell me not," said the traveller, holding up his hands in deprecation. "The Junker is worse than a priest, and yet he killed old Wolfgang. And what of Gian? Hold! Did not he, when I was with him at Genoa, tell me a story of being put into a dungeon in a mountain fortress in Germany, and released by a pair of young lads with eyes beaming in the sunrise, who vanished just as they brought him to a cloister? Nay, he deemed it a miracle of the saints, and hung up a votive picture thereof at the shrine of the holy Cosmo and Damian." "He was not so far wrong in deeming one of the lads near of kin to the holy ones," said Christina, softly. And Ebbo briefly narrated the adventure, when it evidently appeared that his having led at least one foray gave his father for the first time a fellow feeling for him, and a sense that he was one of the true old stock. But when he heard of the release, he growled, "So, how would a lad have fared who so acted in my time? My poor old mother! She must have been changed indeed not to have scourged him till he had no strength to cry out." "He was my prisoner," said Ebbo, in his old defiant tone. "I had the right." "Ah, well, the Junker has always been master here, and I never," said the elder knight, looking round rather piteously. And Ebbo, with a sudden movement, exclaimed, "Nay, sir, you are the only lord and master, and I stand ready to be the first to obey you." "You? A fine young book-learned scholar, already knighted, and with all these Wildschloss lands too?" said Sir Eberhard, gazing with a strange, puzzled look at the delicate but spirited features of this strange, perplexing son. "Reach hither your hand, boy." And as he compared the slender, shapely hand of such finely textured skin with the breadth of his own horny giant's paw, he tossed it from him, shaking his head with a gesture as if he had no commands for such feminine-looking fingers to execute, and mortifying Ebbo not a little. "Ah," said Christina apologetically, "it always grieved your mother that the boys would resemble me and mine. But when daylight comes, Ebbo will show that he has not lost the old German strength." No doubt," said Sir Eberhard hastily, "since he has slain Schlangenwald, and if the former state of things be at an end, the less he takes after the ancient stock the better. But I am an old man now, Steen, though you lookst fair and fresh as ever, and I do not know what to make of these things. White napery on the table, glass drinking things. Nay, were it not for thee and the Schneiderlein, I should not know I was at home." He was led back to his narration, and it appeared that, after some years spent at the oar, certain bleedings from the lungs, the remains of his wound, had become so much more severe as to render him useless for naval purposes, and as he escaped actually dying during a voyage, he was allowed to lie by on coming into port till he had in some degree recovered, and then had been set to labour at the fortifications, chained to another prisoner, and toiling between the burning sand and burning sun, but treated with less horrible severity than the necessities of the sea had occasioned on board ship, and experiencing the benefit of intercourse with the better class of captives, whom their miserable fate had thrown into the hands of the Moors. It was a favourite almsdeed among the Provençals, Spaniards, and Italians to send money for the redemption of prisoners to the Moors, and there was a regular agency for ransoms through the Jews. But German captives were such an exception that no one thought of them, and many a time had the summons come for such and such a slave by name, or for 5 poor Sicilians, 20 Genoese, a dozen Marseillais, or the like, but still no word for the Swabian, till he had made up his mind that he should either leave his bones in the hot mud of the harbour, or be only set free by some gallant descent either of the brave King of Portugal or the Knights of Rhodes, of whom the captives were ever dreaming and whispering. At length his own slave name was shouted, he was called up by the captain of his gang, and, while expecting some fresh punishment, or maybe to find himself sold into some domestic form of slavery, he was set before a Jewish agent, who, after examining him on his name, country, and station, and comparing his answers with a paper of instructions, informed him that he was ransomed, caused his fetters to be struck off, and shipped him off at once for Genoa, with orders to the captain to consign him to the merchant Signor del Battiste. By him Sir Eberhard had been received with the warmest hospitality, and treated as befitted his original station. But Battista disclaimed the merit of having ransomed him. He had but acted, he said, as the agent of an Austrian gentleman, from whom he had received orders to inquire after the Swabian baron, who had been his fellow captive, and, if he was still living, to pay his ransom, and bring him home. "The name! The name!" eagerly asked Ebbo and his mother at once. "The name? Jan was wont to make a bad work of our honest German names, but I tried to learn this, being so beholden to him." I even caused it to be spelt over to me, but my letters long ago went from me. It seems to me that the man is a knight-errant, like those of thy ballads, Stine. One Ritter Theurdank, cried Ebbo. Ay, Theurdank. What, you know him? There is nothing you and your mother don't know, I believe. Know him? Father, he is our greatest and noblest. He has been kind to me beyond description. He is the Kaiser. Now I see why he had that strange arch look which so vexed me when he forbade me on my allegiance to set forth till my lameness should be gone. Long ago had he asked me all about Gian Battista. To him he must have written. The Kaiser? Said Sir Eberhard. Nay, the poor fellows I left in Turkey never said he was too close of fist for them to have hope from him. Oh, that was old Kaiser Friedrich. This is our own gallant Maximilian. A knight as true and brave as ever was paladin, said Christina, and most truly loving and prizing our Ebbo. And yet I wish, said Ebbo, that he had let me win my father's liberty for myself. Yea, well, said his father, there spoke the Adlerstein. We never were wont to be beholden to king or Kaiser. Nay, said Ebbo, after a moment's recollection, colouring as he spoke, it is true that I deserved it not. Nay, sir father, it is well. You owe your freedom in very truth to the son you have not known. It was he who treasured up the thought of the captive German described by the merchant, and even dreamt of it, while never doubting of your death. It was he who caught up Schlangenwald's first hint that you lived, while I, in my pride, passed it by as merely meant to perplex me. It was he who had formed an absolute purpose of obtaining some certainty, and at last, when my impetuosity had brought on the fatal battle, it was he who bought with his own life the avowal of your captivity. I had hoped to have fulfilled Friedel's trust, and to have redeemed my own backwardness, but it is not to be. While I was yet lying on my bed, the Emperor has taken it out of my power. Mother, you receive him from Friedel's hands, after all. And well am I thankful that so it should be, said Christina. Ah, Ebbo, sorely should I have pined with anxiety when thou wast gone, and thy father knows that thou hadst the full purpose. Yea, I know it, said the old man, and, after all, small blame to him even if he had not. He never saw me, and light grieves the heart for what the eye hath not seen. But, added the wife, since the Romish king freed you, dear lord, cared he not better for your journey than to let you come in this forlorn plight? This, it appeared, was far from being his deliverer's fault. Money had been supplied, and Sir Eberhard had travelled as far as Aosta with a party of Italian merchants. But no sooner had he parted with them than he was completely astray. His whole experience of life had been as robber baron or as a slave, and he knew not how to take care of himself as a peaceful traveller. He suffered fresh extortions at every stage, and after a few days was plundered by his guides, beaten, and left devoid of all means of continuing the journey, to which he could hardly hope for a cheerful end. He did not expect to find his mother living, far less that his unowned wife could have survived the perils in which he had involved her, and he believed that his ancestral home would, if not in ruin, be held by his foes, or at best by the rival branch of the family, whose welcome of the outlawed heir would probably be to a dungeon, if not a halter. Yet the only magnet on earth for the lonely wanderer was his native mountain, where from some old peasant he might learn how his fair young bride had perished, and perhaps the sins of his youth might be expiated by continual prayer in the hermitage chapel where his sister lay buried, and whence he could see the crags for which his eye and heart had craved so long with the homesickness of a mountaineer. And now, when his own Christina had welcomed him with all the overflow of her loving heart, unchanged save that hers had become a tenderer yet more dignified loveliness, when his gallant son, in all the bloom of young manhood, received him with dutiful submission, when the castle, in a state of defence, prosperity, and comfort of which he had never dreamt, was again his own, still the old man was bewildered, and sometimes oppressed almost to distress. He had, as it were, fallen asleep in one age of the world and wakened in another, and it seemed as if he really wished to defer his wakening, or else that repose was an absolute novelty to him, for he sat dozing in his chair in the sun the whole of the next day, and scarcely spoke. Ebbo, who felt it a necessity to come to an understanding of the terms on which they were to stand, tried to refer matters to him, and to explain the past, but he was met sometimes by a shake of the head, sometimes by a nod, not of assent, but of sleep, and his mother advised him not to harass the wearied traveller, but to leave him to himself at least for that day, and let him take his own time for exertion, letting things meantime go on as usual. Ebbo obeyed, but with a load at his heart, as he felt that all he was doing was but provisional, and that it would be his duty to resign all that he had planned, and partly executed, to this incompetent, ignorant rule. He could certainly, when not serving the Emperor, go and act for himself at Thekla's dower castle of Felsenbach, and his mother might save things from going to utter ruin at Adlerstein, but no reflection or self-reproach could make it otherwise than a bitter pill to any Telemachus to have to resign to one so unlike Ulysses in all but the length of his wanderings, one also who seemed only half to like, and not at all to comprehend, his Telemachus. Meantime Ebbo attended to such matters as were sure to come each day before the Herr Freiherr. Now it was a question whether the stone for the mill should be quarried where it would undermine a bit of grass-land, or further on where the road was rougher. Now Berend's swine had got into Bartel's rye, and Bartel had severely hurt one of them, and Herr Freiherr's interference could alone prevent a hopeless quarrel. Now a waggon with ironwork for the mill claimed exemption from toll as being for the Baron, and he must send down the toll, to obviate injustice towards Schlangenwald and Ulm. Old Ulrich's grandson, who had run away for a Landsknecht, had sent a letter home, written by a comrade. The Baron must read and answer it. Steinmark's son wanted to be a poor student. The Herr Freiherr must write him a letter of recommendation. Mother Gretel's ewe had fallen into a cleft. Her son came to borrow a rope, and ask aid, and the Baron must superintend the hoisting the poor beast up again. Hans had found the track of a wolf, and knew the hole where a litter of cubs abode. The Freiherr, his wolf-hound, and his spear were wanted for their destruction. Dietrich could not tell how to manage his new arquebus. The Baron must teach him to take aim. Then there was a letter from Ulm to invite the Baron to consult on the tax demanded by the Emperor for his Italian war, and how far it should concern the profits of the bridge, and another letter from the Markgraf of Würtemberg, as chief of the Swabian League, requesting the Lord of Adlerstein to be on the lookout for a band of robbers, who were reported to be in neighbouring hills after being hunted out for some of their other lurking places. That very night, or rather nearly at the dawn of a summer morning, there was a yelling below the castle, and a flashing of torches, and tidings ran through it that a boor on the outskirts of the mountain had had his ricks fired, and his cattle driven by the robbers, and his young daughters carried off. Old Sir Eberhard hobbled down to the hall in time to see weapons flashing as they were dealt out, to hear a clear decided voice giving orders, to listen to the tramp of horse, and watch more reitern pass out under the gateway than ever the castle had counted in his father's time. Then he went back to his bed, and when he came down in the morning, found all the womankind of the castle roasting and boiling. And at noon little Thekla came rushing down from the watch-tower with news that all were coming home up the Eagle's steps, and she was sure her Baron had sent her, and waved to her. Soon after, her Baron, in his glittering steel, rode his cream-coloured charger, once Friedel's, into the castle court, followed by his exultant merrymen. They had overtaken the thieves in good time, made them captives, and recovered the spoil unhurt. And Heinz and Koppel made the castle ring with the deed of their young lord, who had forced the huge leader of the band to the earth, and kept him down by main strength till they could come to bind him. "By main strength?" slowly asked Sir Eberhard, who had been stirred into excitement. He was a loose-limbed, awkward fellow, said Ebbo, less strong than he looked. Not only that, sir, said Heinz, looking from his old master to his young one, but old iron is not a whit stronger than new steel, though the one looks full of might, and you would think the other but a toy. And what have you done with the rogues' heads? Asked the old knight. I looked to see them on your spears, or have you hung them? Not so, sir, said Ebbo. I sent the men off to Stuttgart with an escort. I dislike doing execution ourselves. It makes the men so lawless. Besides, this farmer was Schlangenwalder. And yet he came to you for redress? Yes, for Sir Dankwart is at his commandery, and he and I agreed to look after each other's lands. Sir Eberhard retired to his chair as if all had gone past his understanding, and thence he looked on while his son and wife hospitably regaled, and then dismissed, their auxiliaries in the rescue. Afterwards Christina told her son that she thought his father was rested, and would be better able to attend to him, and Ebbo, with a painful swelling in his heart, approached him deferentially, with a request that he would say what was his pleasure with regard to the Emperor, to whom acknowledgments must in the first place be made for his release. And next would arise the whole question of homage and investiture. "Look you here, fair son," said Sir Eberhard, rousing himself, "these things are all past me. I'll have none of them. You and your Kaiser understand one another, and your homage is paid. It boots not changing all for an old fellow that is but come home to die." "Nay, father, it is the order of things that you should be lord here." "I never was lord here, and, what is more, I would not, and could not be. Son, I marked you yesterday. You are master as never was my poor father, with all the bawling and blows that used to rule the house, while these fellows mind you at a word, in a voice as quiet as your mother's. Besides, what should I do with all these mills and bridges of yours, and diets and leagues and counsels enough to addle a man's brain? No, no. I could once slay a bear, or strike a fair stroke at a Schlangenwalder, but even they got the better of me, and I am good for nothing now but to save my soul. I had thought to do it as a hermit up there, but my little Christina thinks the saints will be just as well pleased if I tell my beads here, with her to help me. And I know that way I shall not make so many mistakes. So, young sir, if you can give the old man a corner of the hearth while he lives, he will never interfere with you. And, maybe, if the castle were in jeopardy in your absence, with that new-fangled road up to it, he could tell the fellows how to hold it out." "Sir! Dear father!" cried the ardent Ebbo, "this is not a fit state of things. I will spare you all trouble and care, only make me not undutiful. Take your own place. Mother, convince him." "No, my son," said Sir Eberhard, "your mother sees what is best for me. I only want to be left to her to rest a little while, and repent of my sinful life. As Heinz said, the rusty old iron must lie by while the new steel does the work. It is quiet that I need. It is joy enough for me to see what she has made you, and all around. Ah, Steen, my white dove, I knew thine was a wise head, but when I left thee, gentle little frightened, fluttering thing, how little could I have thought that all alone, unaided, thou wouldst have kept that little head above water, and made thy son work out all these changes, thy doing, and so I know they are good and seemly. I see thou hast made him clerkly, quick-witted, and yet a good knight. Ah, thou didst tell me oft that our lonely pride was not high or worthy fame. Steen, how didst do it?" "I did it not, dear husband. God did it for me. He gave the boys the loving, true tempers that worked out the rest. He shielded them and me in our days of peril." "Yes, father," added Ebbo, "Providence guarded us, but, above all, our chief blessing has been the mother who has made one of us a holy saint, and taught the other to seek after him. Father, I am glad you see how great has been the work of the dove you brought to the eagle's nest." End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of Dove in the Eagle's Nest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dove in the Eagle's Nest by Charlotte Mary Yonge. Chapter 25. The Star and the Spark. The year 1531 has begun, and Schloss Adlerstein remains in its strength on the mountainside, but with a look of cultivation on its environs such as would have amazed Kunigunde. Vines run up trellises against the rocks, pot herbs and flowers nestle in the nooks, outbuildings cluster round it, and even the grim old keep has a range of buildings connected with it, as if the household had entirely outgrown the capacities of the square tower. Yet the old hall is still the chief place of assembly, and now that it has been wainscoted, with a screen of carved wood to shut off the draughty passages, and a stove of bright tiles to increase the warmth, it is far more cheerful. Moreover, a window has been opened showing the rich green meadow below, with the bridge over the Braunwasser, and the little church with a spire of pierced lacework, and white cottages peeping out of the retreating forest. That is the window which the Lady Baroness loves. See her there, the lovely old lady of 75, yes, lovelier than ever, for her sweet brown eyes have the same pensive, clear beauty, enhanced by the snowy whiteness of her hair, of which a soft braid shows over the pure pale brow beneath the white band and sweeping black veil that she has worn by right for 20 years. But the slight form is active and brisk, and there are ready smiles and looks of interest for the pretty fair-haired maidens, 3 in number, who run in and out from their household avocations to appeal to the "dear grandmother," mischievously to tell of the direful yawns proceeding from brothers Ebbo and Gottfried over their studies with their tutor, or to gaze from the window and wonder if the father, with the 2 brothers, Friedel Max and Casimir, will return from Ulm in time for the midday eating. Ah, there they are. Quick-eyed Vittoria has seen the cavalcade first, and dances off to tell Ermentrude and Stein time enough to prepare their last batch of fritters for the newcomers. Ebbo and Gotz rush headlong down the hillside, and the Lady Baroness lays down her distaff, and gazes with eyes of satisfied content at the small party of horsemen climbing up the footpath. Then, when they have wound out of sight round a rock, she moves out toward the hall door, with a light, quick step, for never yet has she resigned her great enjoyment, that of greeting her son on the steps of the porch, those steps where she once met such fearful news, but where that memory has been effaced by many a cheerful welcome. There then she stands, amid the bright throng of grandchildren, while the Baron and his sons spring from their horses and come up to her. The Baron doffs his Spanish hat, bends the knee, kisses her hand, and receives her kiss on his brow, with the fervour of a life devotion, before he turns to accept the salutation of his daughters, and then takes her hand, with pretty affectionate ceremony, to hand her back to her seat. A few words pass between them. "No, motherling," he says, "I signed it not. I will tell you all by and by." And then the midday meal is served for the whole household, as of old, with the salt cellar in the middle, but with a far larger company above it than when first we saw it. The 7 young folks preserve a decorous silence, save when Fraulein Ermentrude's cookeries are good-naturedly complimented by her father, or when Baron Friedmund Maximilianus breaks out with some wonderful fact about the new armour seen at Ulm. He is a handsome, fair, flaxen-haired young man, like the old Adlersteins, say the elder people, and full of honest gaiety and good nature, the special pride of his sisters; and no sooner is the meal over, than, with a formal entreaty for dismissal, all the 7, and all the dogs, move off together, to that favourite gathering place round the stove, where all their merry tongues are let loose together. To them the Herr Vater and the Frau Grossmutter seem nearly of the same age, and of the same generation, and verily the 18 years between the mother and son have dwindled into a very small difference even in appearance, and a lesser one in feeling. She is a youthful, beautiful old lady; he a grave, spare, worn, elderly man, in his full strength, but with a trace of care and thought, and far more of silver than of brown in his thin hair and pointed beard, and with a melancholy thoughtfulness in his clear brown eyes, all well corresponding with the gravity of the dress in which he has been meeting the burghers of Ulm, a black velvet suit, only relieved by his small white lace ruff and the ribbon and jewel of the golden fleece, the only other approach to ornament that he wears being that ring long ago twisted off the Emperor Maximilian's chain. But now, as he has bowed off the chaplain to his study, and excused him from aiding his two gentlemen squires in consuming their krug of beer, and hands his mother to her favourite nook in the sunny window, taking his seat by her side, his features assume an expression of repose and relaxation, as if here indeed were his true home. He has chosen his seat in full view of a picture that hangs on the wainscoted wall, near his mother, a picture whose pure ethereal tinting, of colour limpid as the rainbow, yet rich as the most glowing flower-beds, and its soft lovely pose, and rounded outlines, prove it to be no produce even of one of the great German artists of the time, but to have been wrought, under an Italian sky, by such a hand as left us the marvellous smile of Mona Lisa. It represents two figures, one unmistakably himself when in the prime of life, his brow and cheeks unfurrowed, and his hair still thick, shining brown, but with the same grave earnestness of the dark eye that came with the early sense of responsibility, and with the first sorrow of his youth. The other figure, one on which the painter evidently loved to dwell, is of a lady, so young that she might almost pass for his daughter, except for the peculiar, tender sweetness that could only become the wife and mother. Fair she is as snow, with scarce a deepening of the rose on cheek, or even lip, fragile and transparent as a spiritual form, and with a light in the blue eyes, and a grace in the soft fugitive smile, that scarce seems to belong to earth; a beauty not exactly of feature, but rather the pathetic loveliness of calm fading away, as if she were already melting into the clear blue sky with the horizon of golden light, that the wondrous power of art has made to harmonize with, but not efface, her blue dress, golden hair, white coif, and fair skin. It is as if she belonged to that sky, and only tarried as unable to detach herself from the clasp of the strong hand round and in which both her hands are twined, and though the light in her face may be from heaven, yet the whole countenance is fixed in one absorbed, almost worshipping gaze of her husband, with a wistful simplicity and innocence on devotion, like the absorption of a loving animal, to whom its master's presence is bliss and sunshine. It is a picture to make light in a dark place, and that sweet face receives a loving glance, nay, an absolutely reverent bend of the knightly head, as the Baron seats himself. "So it was as we feared, and this Schmalkaldic league will not suit thy sense of loyalty, my son?" she asks, reading his features anxiously. "No, mother, I ever feared that further pressure would drive our friends beyond the line where begin schism and rebellion, and it seems to me that the moment is come when I must hold me still, or transgress mine own sense of duty. I must endure the displeasure of many I love and respect." "Surely, my son, they have known you too long and too well not to respect your motives, and know that conscience is first with you." "Scarce may such confidence be looked for, mother, from the most part, who esteem every man a traitor to the cause if he defend it not precisely in the fashion of their own party. But I hear that the King of France has offered himself as an ally, and that Dr. Luther, together with others of our best divines, have thereby been startled into doubts of the lawlessness of the league." "And what think you of doing, my son?" "I shall endeavour to wait until such time as the much-needed General Council may proclaim the ancient truth, and enable us to avouch it without disunion. Into schism I will not be drawn. I have held truth all my life in the Church, nor will I part from her now. If intrigues again should prevail, then Heaven help us. Meantime, mother, the best we can, as has ever been your war cry. And much has been won for us. Here are the little maidens, who, save Vittoria, would never have been scholars, reading the holy word daily in their own tongue. Ach, I had not told you, mother. I have the court secretary's answer this day about that command in the Kaiser's guards that my dear old master had promised to his godson. Another put off with Flemish courtesy, I see by thy face, Ebbo. Not quite that, mother. The command is ready for the Baron Friedmund Maximilianus von Adlerstein Wildschloss and all the rest of it, on the understanding that he has been bred up free from all taint of the new doctrine. New? Nay, it is the oldest of all doctrine. Even so. As I ever said, Dr. Luther hath been setting forth in greater clearness and fullness what our blessed Friedel and I learnt at your knee, and my young ones have learned from babyhood of the true Catholic doctrine. Yet I may not call my son's faith such as the Kaiser's Spanish conscience-keepers would have it, and so the boy must e'en tarry at home till there be work for his stout arm to do. He seems little disappointed. His laugh comes ringing the loudest of all. The Junker is more of a boy at 22 than I ever recollect myself. He lacks not sense nor wit, but a fray or a feast, a chase or a dance, seem to suffice him at an age when I had long been dwelling on matters of moment. Thou wast left to be thine own pilot. He is but one of thy gay crew, and thus even these stirring times touch him not so deeply as thou wert affected by thine own choice in life between orderly freedom and honourable restraint. I thought of that choice to-day, mother, as I crossed the bridge and looked at the church, and more than ever thankful did I feel that our blessed Friedel, having aided me over that one decisive pass, was laid to rest, his tender spirit unvexed by the shocks and divisions that have wrenched me hither and thither. Nay, not hither and thither. Ever hadst thou a resolute purpose and aim. Ever failed in by my own error or that of others. What, thou nestling here, my little Vittoria, away from all yonder prattle? Dear father, if I may, I love far best to hear you and the grandmother talk. Hear the child. She alone hath your face, mother, or Friedel's eyes. Is it that thou wouldst be like thy noble Roman godmother, the Marchesa de Pescara, that makes thee seek our grave company, little one? I always long to hear you talk of her, and of the Italian days, dear father, and how you won this noble jewel of yours. Ah, child, that was before those times. It was the gift of good Kaiser Max at his godson's christening, when he filled your sweet mother with pretty spite by persuading her that it was a little golden bearskin. Tell her how you gained it, my son. By vapouring, child, and by the dull pride of my neighbours. Heardst thou never of the siege of Padua, when we had Bayard, the best knight in Europe, and 500 Frenchmen for our allies? Our artillery had made a breach, and the Kaiser requested the French knights to lead the storm, whereto they answered, well and good, but our German nobles must share the assault, and not leave them to fight with no better backers than the hired lanzknechts. All in season, quoth I, and more shame for us not to have been foremost in our Kaiser's own cause. But what said the rest of our misproud chivalry? They would never condescend to climb a wall on foot in company with lanzknechts. On horseback must their worships fight, or not at all. And when to shame them I called myself a mountaineer, more used to climb than to ride, and vowed that I should esteem it an honour to follow such a knight as Bayard, were it on all fours, then cast they my burgher blood in my teeth. Never saw I the Kaiser so enraged. He swore that all the common sense in the empire was in the burgher blood, and that he would make me a knight of the noblest order in Europe to show how he esteemed it. And next morning he was gone. So ashamed was he of his own army that he rode off in the night, and sent orders to break up the siege. I could have torn my hair, for I had just lashed up a few of our nobles to a better sense of honour, and we would yet have redeemed our name. And after all, the chapter of proud Flemings would never have admitted me had not the heralds hunted up that the Sorels were gentlemen of blood and coat armour long ago at Liege. I am glad my father lived to see that proved, mother. He could not honour thee more than he did, but he would have been sorely grieved had I been rejected. He often thought me a mechanical burgher, as it was." "Not quite so, my son. He never failed to be proud of thy deeds, even when he did not understand them. But this, and the grandson's birth, were the crowning joys of his life." "Yes, those were glad triumphant years, take them all in all, ere the Emperor sent me to act ambassador in Rome, and we left you the 2 elder little girls and the boy to take care of. My dear little Thekla! She had a foreboding that she might never see those children more, yet would she have pined her heart away more surely had I left her at home. I never was absent a week, but I found her wasted with watching for me." "It was those weary 7 years of Italy that changed thee most, my son." "Apart from you, mother, and knowing you now indeed to be widowed, and with on the one hand such contradictory commands from the Emperor as made me sorely ashamed of myself, of my nation, and of the man whom I loved and esteemed personally the most on earth, yet bound there by his express command, while I saw my tender wife's health wasting in the climate day by day. Yet still, while most she gasped for a breath of Swabian hills, she ever declared it would kill her outright to send her from me. And thus it went on, till I laid her in the stately church of her own patroness. Then how it would have fared with me and the helpless little ones I know not, but for thy noble godmother, my Vittoria, the wise and ready helper of all in trouble, the only friend thy mother had made at Rome, and who had been able, from all her heights of learning and accomplishment, to value my Thekla's golden soul in its simplicity. Even then, when too late, came one of the Kaiser's kindest letters recalling me, a letter whose every word I would have paid for with a drop of my own blood 6 weeks before, and which he had only failed to send because his head was running on the plan of that gorgeous tomb where he is not buried. Well, at least it brought us home to you again once more, mother, and where you are, comfort never has been utterly absent from me. And then, coming from the wilful gloom of Pope Leo's court into our Germany, streamed over by rays of Luther's light, it was as if a new world of hope were dawning, as if truth would no longer be muffled, and the young would grow up to a world far better and purer than the old had ever been. What trumpet calls those were, and how welcome was the voice of the true Catholic faith no longer stifled. And my dear old Kaiser, with his clear eyes, his unfettered mind, he felt the power and truth of those theses. He bade the Elector of Saxony well to guard the monk Luther as a treasure. Ah, had he been a younger man, or had he been more firm and resolute, able to act as well as think for himself, things might have gone otherwise with the Church. He could think, but could not act, and now we have a man who acts, but will not think. It may have been a good day for our German reputation among foreign princes when Charles V put on the crown, but only 2 days in my life have been as mournful to me as that when I stood by Kaiser Max's deathbed at Wells, and knew that generous, loving, fitful spirit was passing away from the earth. Never owned I friend I loved so well as Kaiser Max, nor has any emperor done so much for this our dear land. The young emperor never loved thee. He might have treated me as one who would be useful, but he never forgave me for shaking hands with Luther at the Diet of Worms. I knew it was all over with my court favour after I had joined in escorting the doctor out of the city. And the next thing was that George of Frunsburg and his friends proclaimed me a bigoted papist because I did my utmost to keep my troop out of the devil's holiday at the sack of Rome. It has ever been my lot to be in disgrace with one side or the other. Here is my daughter's marriage hindered on the one hand, my son's promotion checked on the other, because I have a conscience of my own, and not of other people's. Heaven knows the right is no easy matter to find. But, when one thinks one sees it, There is nothing to be done but to guide oneself by it, even if the rest of the world will not view it in the same light. Nothing else. I doubt me whether it be ever easy to see the veritably right course while still struggling in the midst. That is for after ages, which behold things afar off, but each man must needs follow his own principle in an honest and good heart, and assuredly God will guide him to work out some good end, or hinder some evil one. Ay, mother, each party may guard one side or other of the truth in all honesty and faithfulness. He who cannot with his whole heart cast his lot with either, he is apt to serve no purpose, and to be scorned. Nay, Ebbo, may he not be a witness to the higher and more perfect truth than either party have conceived? Nor is inaction always needful. That which is right towards either side still reveals itself at the due moment, whether it be to act or to hold still. And verily, Ebbo, what thou didst say even now has set me on a strange thought of mine own dream, that which heralded the birth of thyself and thy brother. As thou knowest, it seemed to me that I was watching two sparkles from an extinguished need-fire wheel. One rose aloft and shone as a star. My guiding star. The other fulfilled those words of the wise man. It shone, and ran to and fro in the grass. And surely, my Ebbo, thy mother may feel that, in all these dark days of perplexity and trial, the spark of light hath ever shone and drawn its trail of brightness in the gloom, even though the way was long and seemed uncertain. The mother who ever fondled me will think so, it may be, but she had better pray that the light be clearer, and that I may not fall utterly short of the star. Travellers in Würtemberg may perhaps turn aside from glorious old Ulm, and the memories of the battlefields around it, to the romantic country round the Swabian mountains, through which descend the tributaries of the Danube. Here they may think themselves fortunate if they come upon a green valley, with a bright mountain torrent dashing through it, fresh from the lofty mountain, with terraced sides that rise sheer above. An old bridge, a mill, and a neat German village lie clustered in the valley. A seigniorial mansion peeps out of the forest glades, and a lovely church, of rather late Gothic, but beautifully designed, attracts the eye so soon as it can be persuaded to quit the romantic outline of the ruined baronial castle high up on one of the mountain ledges. Report declares that there are tombs in the church well worth inspection. You seek out an old venerable blue-coated peasant who has charge of the church. What is yonder castle? It is the castle of Adlerstein. Are the families still extant? Ja, they built yonder house when the Schloss became ruinous. They have always been here. The church is very beautiful in its details, the carved work of the east end and pulpit especially so, but nothing is so attractive as the altar tomb in the chantry chapel. It is a double one, holding not, as usual, the recumbent effigies of a husband and wife, but of two knights in armour. Who are these, good friend? They are the good Barons Ebbo and Friedel. Father and son they appear to be, killed at the same time in some fatal battle, for the white marble face of one is round with youth, no hair on lip or chin, and with a lovely peaceful solemnity, almost cheerfulness in the expression. The other, a bearded man, has the glory of old age in his worn features, beautiful and restful, but it is as if one had gone to sleep in the light of dawn, the other in the last glow of sunset. Their armour and their crests are alike, but the young one bears the eagle shield alone, while the elder has the same bearing repeated on an escutcheon of Prentice. The young man's hands are clasped over a harp, those of the other over a Bible, and the elder wears the insignia of the Order of the Golden Fleece. They are surely father and son, a maiden knight and tried warrior who fell together. No, the guide shakes his head. They are twin brothers, the good Barons Ebbo and Friedel, who were born when their father had been taken captive by the Saracens while on a crusade. Baron Friedel was slain by the Turks at the bridge foot, and his brother built the church in his memory. He first planted vines upon the mountains, and freed the peasants from the lord's duties on their flax. And it is true that the two brothers may still be seen hovering on the mountain side in the mist at sunset, sometimes one, sometimes both. You turn with a smile to the inscription, sure that those windows, those porches, that armor, never were of crusading date, and ready to refute the old peasant. You spell out the upright Gothic letters round the cornice of the tomb, and you read, in medieval Latin, Orate pro anima Friedmundis equitis baronis Adlersteini, A.D. 1493. Then turn to the other side and read, Hic jacet Eberardus equis baro Adlersteini, A.D. 1543, Demum. Yes, the guide is right. They are brothers, with well nigh a lifetime between their deaths. Is that the meaning of the strange demum? Few of the other tombs are worth attention, each lapsing further into the bad taste of later ages. Yet there is one still deserving admiration, placed close to the head of that of the two barons. It is the effigy of a lady, aged and serene, with a delicately carved face beneath her stiff headgear. Surely this monument was erected somewhat later, for the inscription is in German. Stiff, contracted, hard to read, but this is the rendering of it. Here lies Christina Sorel, wife of Eberhard, 20th Baron von Adlerstein, and mother of the Barons Eberhard and Friedmund. She fell asleep 2 days before her son, on the feast of St. John, 1543. Her children shall rise up and call her blessed. Erected with full hearts by her grandson, Baron Friedmund Maximilianus, and his brothers and sisters. Farewell. End of chapter 25. End of The Dove in the Eagle's Nest, by Charlotte Mary Yonge.